Whether you bowl tons of games like I do or league once a week, there's only one choice for me.
Get your pair of Big Four socks at a pro shop near you or online at bigfoursocks.com.
Pinheads Entertainment Center has it all. A modern-style bowling alley with 2 private bowling suites. Alley's Ale House serves up a chef-crafted menu daily, featuring signature handcrafted cocktails and over 30 draft options. The arcade at Pinheads offers 90-plus games, including old-school games, Golden Tee, and virtual reality with top-tier prizes. Host large events or meetings in the multifunction banquet room that can accommodate up to 80 guests. Visit, call, or reserve online today. Off State Road 37 next to Honda of Fishers.
All right, welcome everyone to Indiana Masters here on Savage Bowling TV. We're inside championship lanes from the city of Anderson, Indiana, and Scott Gilmore and PBA Hall of Famer Mike Aulby with us. I should say Indiana legend too as well, right?
I wouldn't do that. But.
Chad Lester, also our director, producer, engineer, panicker, in the booth as well.
You were too yesterday and Friday.
Yeah, so
I may have to post those text messages I got.
None of them said I'm just driving off the cliff.
No, they did not say that.
None of them said that. All right, we're here in the top 32. It's double elimination, single game matches. And really, to be honest with you, this is the best part of the entire tournament. This is the granddaddy of singles tournaments in the state of Indiana. This is the major that these guys want to win. It's the toughest one to win by far. And we have some really great talent here bowling this afternoon, including our #1 qualifier, Mr. Kevin McCune, a past champion here.
Yeah.
And Kevin bowling 56 games this week at Woodland in the U.S. Open and finished in the top 12 there, just missing the TV show. And
Great showing, too. Bowled really, really well. And he's been bowling really well for a few years now. So, yeah, it's no surprise he's the leader.
And really amazing, too, is the fact that 3 past champions are our top 3 qualifiers. Kevin McCune, Aaron McCormick from Lafayette, and Trent Jarvis, local bowler right here in Anderson, qualified 3rd. Other notable players. Guy, you're really familiar with senior bowler John Bowerly Jr. here in the top 16, too, as well.
John's one of the good guys, bowled on tour for several years, and great player. Still has it.
It's like riding a bike, isn't it, Mike? Something like that?
Yeah, I've fallen off quite a few of those bikes, but yeah, it can be. Yeah, it's a great field, and you know the exciting part, the one-game match. I mean, wow, you've got to be on top of your game, and if you get a break, take it and run.
Absolutely. And these games will go by quickly, and we appreciate you taking time out of your busy Saturday to, or I should say Sunday, to hang out with us here on Savage Bowling TV. And a couple of good matches right here in front of us. Ben Caldwell, who snuck in on that 3-person tiebreaker.
And look what he got. He gets to bowl
Kevin
McCune.
Yeah. Is that a win?
That is one of those, like, don't look up because it's gonna be difficult.
I had made a comment to you, Mike. You know you're getting old when you go get a second coffee.
Well, your day started a little earlier than most of us, I think, today.
Senior player anyway, so. All right, David Hayes, a young player from Terre Haute who now bowls for Wichita State. He's taking on Craig Monroe right in front of us on 7 and 8. 9 and 10 will be our championship pair. That's Brandon Stockstill against Ryan Pittman. And then John Bowerly Jr. is taking on Zach Tackett right next to them on 11 and 12. You'll also see action on 13, 14, and 15, 16. That Jordan Bryant is there. Craig Lamond is on the pair just to the right of them, and we don't have exact matches of who's bowling who and on what pair as we go down, because we're all the way down in the 30s as far as lanes are concerned. So they have one match on one pair. Jeff Mann's down there. And we'll try to keep you up to date on all the results as they come in. The nice thing that Jeff does here, Mike, is no one starts the next round until the entire round is done.
And that's good. So nobody gets an advantage by jumping out and just bowling fast and putting pressure on people. And it's just, that's the best way to do it. Makes a perfectly run tournament. And Jeff's been at it for a while, so him and his crew, and they do just a tremendous job here in the state of Indiana running these events and first class. And this one's sold out all weekend, and you know, just less than $26,000 in prize money.
Wouldn't mind having some of that, wouldn't you?
Well, you know, I think Kevin McCune's got sight on that $2,000 on top, but I think there's about 32 people that want that. One game match can definitely be interesting, be some good breaks and bad breaks. You just got to stay in there, and it goes very fast. Just two people or one match on a pair goes very quickly. Great shot on lane number 5. Looks like Kevin McCune, good speed, high flush. David Hayes on lane 8 with a nice wall shot strike.
I think Scott unplugged his monitor.
All right. Had to
We've
take
got
care of a couple things
Nathan
there.
Smith too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a good story. You know, bowled for Noblesville High School a few years ago, and bowled the PTQ leading into the U.S. Open, and actually won the PTQ and made it into the actual field at the U.S. Open at Woodland Bowl.
He had been bowling good in other events as well leading up to this. So
yeah, he actually bowled well during the week. Just I think struggled a little bit that last round, but would have kind of knocked him out of a check. So. I tell you, David Hayes has got a good look off the gutter there on the right. I mean, he's making some good shots, and opened the first frame, but has a double now. Smooth player, very smooth.
well, as you and I are both left-handed, last year the lefties, Jeff Circle, the tournament director, felt like they were shut out to a degree, and he tried to fix that. And I think it's evident that obviously the left side's a little better. We've had quite a few here make the cut. Craig Monroe being one of those. And as you know, you're always going to have that righty-lefty debate.
Yeah, it's a delicate
and
situation.
it is, because it's so easy to question, and as a tournament director, you're trying to be as fair as you possibly can.
Oh, exactly. And it's just but when they try to keep a scoring pace that creates shot making and adjustments, and when you get a tough condition like that, then there's going to be some breaks in there. There's going to be some Brooklyn, some shots where you break down a split, and so those all in a one-game match can become very, very large.
Just got a note here from David Slavin, a little background on Craig Monroe. And David was saying that Craig was the 2013-14 boys Indiana state single state champion, and he defeated Zach Weidman.
Well, that's a pretty good start right there.
Yeah,
Goodness.
so a little bit of
and a long time ago, actually.
little quick note says singles boys state champion, and obviously he works for Dave at Spare Time Pro Shop, but he beat Zach in the 2-3 match to move on to win the title. So it wasn't in the championship.
That's a solid win. Solid win. Yeah, this is the only time that the bowlers are going to get practice before their match. So that's why it may be kind of fooling us a little bit on some of these games. You've seen some of these pairs where the guys are lined up and ready to go. Well, they had practice on these pairs, so this will be the last time they get practice, except for when you get deeper into the tournament in the winner's bracket.
Well, and really, to be honest with you, if you're bowling good, you want to go right into that next match, right? You're warm, You're ready to go.
I'd like to have a little bit of an idea what the pair's doing.
Yeah, I get you.
Just a little bit.
But, you know, if you're coming in pretty confident.
Yes.
You're good.
No,
you remember
that's
when
true.
Kevin McCune won here just 2 years ago, he was shooting 220 every game. Remember,
He was.
he got beaten like the
Early.
second round
Mhm.
and had to go through the
Yeah.
losers bracket and just was shooting
But
220
you
plus
knew he was
every
coming.
game.
Yeah, you knew he was coming. Yeah. Yeah.
It was like one of those trains you couldn't get out of the way. You know, you knew
But
we were going to get.
But once you lose that first match, your room for error is done.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Now David Hayes here in front of us.
Smooth player.
You're looking on 9 and 10 here. Brandon Stogsdill. John Bowery just to his right on lane number 11. And he comes in high there with the 3-6-10.
He's clean, but he's bowling Zach Tackett. Zach's got an open, but he's got working on 3 in a row. So John needs to make sure he keeps sparing and try to find that strike line.
Oh, what a great break. You saw the pins tripping there on the far left of your screen. And now Brandon here working on a strike or a double. Now he's got a 3-bagger. Great start for Brandon here. Or no, excuse me. Yeah. Now he's strike spare 3-bagger. So a great start here in first round for Brandon from down south near the area I went to, I believe. You know, when you go in that stretch of the, and you're a Purdue fan and you go down in that area, you just kind of feel creepy. Oh my goodness.
You're lucky you have to show your passport when you went down there.
Well, if they saw my sweatshirt,
I was
probably
going to say
would.
that'd have been enough.
I might end up in jail.
Yep.
Now we got Deadwood here on lane 7. Now Brandon working on a 3-bagger here. Oh,
power.
Man, that is power there. Just absolutely.
One hop. That head pin coming across only bounced once.
Somebody needs to call the head pin for a felony on the 10.
Yeah, that was a heck of a shot there.
That's more than a misdemeanor, I'm telling you. that pin just
Yeah.
hopped right into the 10.
A lot of speed. A lot of speed on that. A lot of power.
And, you know, to be honest, Mike, it's become a power game.
In a lot of respects, for sure. You know, in a scoring pace like this, though, it kind of takes some of that power out of it because it does give the players a little straighter, a little less hand, an opportunity.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of finesse comes into play.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, you know, I wasn't going to say anything, but
But
know,
you're going to.
I'm going to say it. I'm a little disappointed we don't have a little suitcase of goodies that we could show.
Well, they have great cookies here at Championship Lanes. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about all the cool stuff. You know, we know you're a big collector.
Oh yeah.
And so, you know, not that we're going to get away from bowling here, but a little bit. You know, we got other time to fill. So, what are the big things besides bowling history that you really like to collect?
You know, I like certain memorabilia. I'm a big hockey guy. You know, I love all sports, let's face it. You know, I've been fortunate through the years to meet some people here and there. You know, thinking back on it, you know, they asked me to, you know, Bowl TV asked me to bring some stuff, but I got extra points for bringing bowling stuff. So, you know, you just threw the bowling stuff right out of here. So
I messed up. I didn't get with your publicist before.
Well, you should have told me, say, hey, fill a bag and bring it. You know, so here we go.
Yeah.
But you know, one of the things I was thinking about the other day was. We bowled for the Brunswick staff. We went to Denver and bowled in a charity event, and it was so great because you know we got some of the Broncos players and we got some autographed balls and things like that, and really cool, you know, stuff like that. And then there's other people you meet in a pro-am, Jose Canseco, who's not real friendly and won't sign a thing, and you know. But yeah, so
he would now probably if you paid him.
Well, no, he might. Yeah, it'd be a fee, obviously, for sure. So, but that sort of thing, and you know, the other thing too is Mookie Betts, there bowling the U.S. Open. I mean, how can you beat a $300 million man that plays for the Dodgers and just a great athlete, but a great guy and loves bowling. So really cool. And I got John Burkett's a friend who pitched for the Giants and the Braves and I think Boston and a few other places. But good guy and loves bowling himself. And won a PBA 50 tour this year. So John gave me a jersey, and I have a glove, and that has his name on it, and just, those type of things. Meeting the people was really cool, and that sort of thing. But I really like my bowling memorabilia, though. I got just to bring that in. You're gonna let me twist your arm and let me say this one, but so Indianapolis has hosted the ABC tournament in 1934, and then again in 74, 36 and 74. So I've got a postcard from the early one in the 30s. I got the pennant. I've got the magazine when they introduced it. I mean, all those type of things. And I'm working on a trade because they actually made a lucite ticket, very ornate, very cool. That was a pass for the entire tournament, which the tournament was a month, and it was $10.
Oh, wow.
You could go in every day. So I know somebody has 2 of those. So I'm trying to work that deal. So I'd probably start mentioning his name and his company to try to get in a little bit, but we'll stick to that. But and I have autographed bats, stuff like that. I mean, it's just I've got way too much stuff. I think that, somebody would say, but Well, but yeah, I enjoy it. I do enjoy it.
And there's a lot of really cool stuff that you find. There's more bowling collectors out there than you think.
Oh, there really are. Try to bid on something now.
Yeah. Well, and like a lot of the early awards are sterling silver.
Oh, yeah.
And unfortunately, not only are you up against the collector, but you're also up against the person that melts it. Yeah. And that's just, to me, just such a tragic thing.
Yeah, and one of the exciting things about that, being the president of the museum, and Carrie Williams Carrie does a great job there. And so worked with her this past year that we were able to save a medal from the 30s, American Bowling Congress Championship medal that was 40 grams of gold and all this stuff. And we were able to buy it, so we were able to save that because we knew it was going,
Yeah.
And so that's kind of one of the rewarding things there,
And that's the sad part because, and I don't mean this in a negative way, the public in general doesn't view bowling in the same category as baseball and basketball and football history, right?
Yep.
If that would have been a medal from early baseball or whatever, you would not outbid a collector.
You wouldn't be able to touch it.
The gold value is irrelevant at that point, right?
It
but
is.
when you talk about a sport that doesn't have the relevancy to or interest to the vast public, then it becomes how much is the gold worth.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And that's where, unfortunately, so many of these really cool, ornate awards that are gold or silver.
And they're gorgeous. Yeah, they are.
The collector doesn't want to spend.
No.
It's the value of the material itself isn't as great as what it is to you as what the relic is, right?
It is.
I know that sounds confusing in a way.
No, but it is. It becomes very competitive for that because those awards not only did they have sterling or gold or diamonds, or all three,
right?
In them. So they're really neat. Yeah, very cool. So big spare conversion there in the 9th by
Tight
Kevin
match.
McCune.
Well, Kevin McCune can strike out for 211. Ben
not
Caldwell can strike out for 212 here on 3 and 4.
And these are those one-game matches, make it so exciting, and doesn't matter what place you're in now because there are no carryover in pins.
Yeah, David
it's
Hayes
all win-loss
in control right now in his match against Craig Monroe, and now Ben Caldwell here on lane 6. Just out of your view here, and he comes in light. And so now Kevin controls his destiny.
And that's all you can ask for in these one-game matches. You just want to be able to be in your destiny.
Have a chance.
Yep.
Right, at some point.
So you're saying all is they have a chance, right?
Yeah. Well, in poker, they say chip, chair, and a chance is all you want.
Now, I haven't heard that before, so where do you plan that at?
Well, it's TV. It's a big deal on TV,
Okay, it is that. You are true.
Now the spare conversion for Ben. Way off to the far left of your screen. Now we're here with Ryan Pittman here. His match got a little tighter after Brandon opened in the 7th.
And lost count as well.
And a good strike there in the 9th. Ryan still has a chance at 207. Brandon on a 211 pace.
And this condition isn't optimum shot making. This is you have to really make a shot. I mean, you're not going to get away with anything usually here.
Yeah.
It's not a guarantee.
Good cover there by David.
I'll tell you, I don't think anybody sets the ball down more smooth than David Hayes.
Well, he's young.
Well, that's it. Okay. Yeah, that is it.
I quickly learned, I quickly learned that when you got to a certain age, the knee bend just doesn't want to.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
You know, before you wouldn't hear a sound when the ball hit the lane. Now it's up, bam.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Stick on the approach, lose an MCL, an ACL, or something. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Let's see. Someone asked who's bowling Nathan Smith. We'll try to find out. Nathan is our 11 qualifier, so we'll go back up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think he's bowling Nick Squires. I'm not sure what.
They are on the last pair down there to the right.
All the way down. And again, here in another round or so, I'll hop on the wireless mic and float around and try to get some interviews with guys that are winning and losing, because the winners in round number 2 will have a round off. They'll get a bye. And those, as you know, Mike, you want to stay out of the losers bracket as much as you can, because you don't stop.
No, there is no breaks after that. Yep.
Well, now Ben here, at least he's going to force Kevin to show up in the 10th frame.
Yep.
Kevin's going to have to mark here. And as you know, anything can happen on this.
And it has so far today, pretty much.
And Brandon here with a double in the 9th and 10th has pretty much secured his victory here over Ryan Pittman. Just good count here on his next shot. And 8 will do it.
Here's a big shot for Kevin McCune.
Here we go.
Tournament leader. First match.
That's coming in high. Ooh.
Yeah, he got a break there. He came out of that one a little early. Ball took off on him.
You know, and here's my question, Mike. You know, granted, Kevin is young, extremely talented player. But after you just bowled 56 games on U.S. Open patterns, mentally, how hard would it be to come right in here and just mentally be ready again under grueling conditions in an elimination match?
Well, I think that, especially with Kevin, I mean, he's young and he's hungry and confident and, all those things. I mean, I remember my first couple years on tour, I would bowl all these extra things. Then it's just like, no, I'm putting everything I've got into the tour. So, I'm not sure what the next week holds for Kevin, whether there's another tournament or not, but he'll get to the point where it becomes his major focus is the tour, not the stuff in between, because he'll get more out of taking the break than he will from bowling in this. Wow, solid 10. Nice. That was about a half a lane move there.
Well, he shoots 200 on the nose, I believe, and defeats Ben Caldwell 200 to 191. So match 1 win there for Kevin McCune, the number 1 seed here at the Indiana Masters. Got a 213 here on lane 11. It looks like John Bowerly's going to go down in defeat. So Zach Tackett wins his match. Brandon Stockstill defeats Ryan Pittman. Brandon shoots 217. Looks like Ryan's going to shoot in the upper 180s. And David Hayes in full control here against Craig Monroe. Craig's going to shoot a 180 with a spare 10-pin conversion here. And right now, David is already at 188. So he just needs 3 pins on his first ball to win his first match.
Yeah, just keep making good shots in the 10th, even though you got it wrapped up. You don't want to. You got a chance to maneuver a little bit and see what else is out there if you want, but just keep making those clean shots. No practice from here on out for a while. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. And, the other thing, not only just bowling number of games by staying in the winner's bracket, you kind of rest your mind a little bit too.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a break would help. I mean, it wears you out no matter how old or young you are out there. The mental game can affect your physical game as well.
Oh, nice shot there. Right off the corner too.
Yeah, it's got a good look.
Right up the back of the ball. Now, would you catch, are you going to go out there and wear the pants that David has on? Do you see yourself in those colorful blue ones?
I do not.
Ah, okay. You didn't, you were more of a You were more of a dark black
brown,
or
gray guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
You weren't Guppy
Now, wait a
Troop
minute.
or
Now, when I worked for Lamode and even Munsingware when I first got on tour, they had red and stuff like that kind of creeped in there a little bit.
yeah.
Now, Wayne Webb, I roomed with Wayne Webb a couple times, so
Wayne wasn't afraid either.
No,
was
he was not.
Back in his mullet
the green
days?
machine. The green
Yeah.
machine was not. No, good guy, great player, so talented, Wayne Webb. I do remember one red pair of pants in the summer of 1980 that he gave him one more shot because about 2 weeks in a row he had dropped like a rock on Friday morning wearing them in Tucson in 1980. He wore those pants again and dropped like a rock for the third time, and
They were gone.
he left before the morning was over, and we showed back at the hotel room, and there he was with an aerosol can and a lighter, and they were going up in flames. Yeah. Yep. Lucky none of us got burnt along with that, but it was quite a spectacle.
Oh my goodness.
And obviously, I remember it 42 years ago. Oh, great player, Wayne. Good guy.
Well, I'll say this. Bowling, obviously, Kyle Troop has his own style. And I know the jersey has changed a lot of what the players wear. But I will say golf has really taken a sport and really kind of made it fashionable, right?
Yeah.
And I always wondered if bowling could kind of do the same thing. But
I think you see a lot more personal. They can express themselves now with all the new shirt companies, and you can design your own shirts and all that. And it's really cool. It's really neat.
yeah, the sublimation has
Yeah.
really changed the way we do shirts
Yeah.
because you can. It's like a static electricity type of way they apply the. It's really kind of interesting how they do
Well,
it.
and now the organizations are all allowing them to do that stuff. Where, if you go back in the 80s and 90s, I mean, we started expanding ourselves by getting a logo over here on the sleeve,
Yeah.
and they finally expanded a little bit. Now it's really cool.
Yeah, well, and I used to drive me crazy when all the guys would wear the patches all over.
Hey,
And it's like,
come on
was that
now.
your day?
I actually was the first one ever to wear a logo on their pants.
Oh, Mike.
We requested that because I needed more space.
I'm only so tall.
Yeah, that's
Steve
exactly
Cook
right.
Steve Cook, your brother-in-law, had a
Yeah.
lot more room, didn't he?
He had more room, yes. When you're 6'7", you got a little more room than 5'7".
But you know what? Here's the thing. I'm all for the players to be able to market
Yeah,
themselves.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The question of product, are you product approved by the PBA? But these guys should be able to go out and market themselves to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Because they're making the PBA
Yes.
money by being a star.
But there should be a review process if,
Right.
because you got to be careful on that.
You
But,
just can't let anybody
Well, and
come
the other
in,
thing,
right.
too, is if you have a major sponsor, last thing you want is them to come in here and pay somebody a little amount of money compared to what they're paying for the
Yeah,
overall show.
yeah.
And then that's what the concern back then was. But game 2, everybody's off and running. Not wasting any time.
Yeah, we're moving right along. Kevin McCune here right in front of us on 7 and 8. He's taking on Brandon Stockstill. Yes.
Okay, so there's been a change, not a change in plan, but
Just not a heads up.
some guys jumping a little early here. I think Kevin liked to have that shot over.
Well, but you know what? He shouldn't have gone.
And he wasn't the only one, though.
No.
Looks like there's about
I see a couple of
3 or
strikes
4
up there.
others, yeah.
Yep, we got to wait till everybody's ready to go at the same time.
Yeah.
That's one thing I do like.
Oh, no, it's a good call. Because if you don't, you're going to be you'll have several matches in one round, and some of
Yeah.
them are still in the other round.
Yeah, it just throws everybody
Yeah.
off.
Especially right now, we're spread out so far. So some of these matches are coming from down there, and they've got to get down here, and so it changes everything. It looks like the match is still going down
Yeah.
there, so that was the issue.
Well, not everybody's to their correct pair yet.
Yeah.
So I've assumed David Hayes has gone to 9 and 10. I believe he'll probably be taking on Zach Tackett. That would be
That
my
would be
guess.
a good match, yep.
That'll be a good one. Chris White, I wish we knew how Chris Seyfarth is doing. We don't know. Once we find out, we will pass along the information. I'm going to jump out of the booth here in a little bit and walk around and call some other action.
Be careful with that jump.
Yeah.
We don't need any injuries.
Yeah. Well, it's a long way down there. I'm thinking about migrating near the snack bar. How about that?
Order us some chicken strips while you're down there.
Yeah, I will. And I'll get some chocolate chip cookies, you know, because you can't go wrong with some Otis Spunkmeyer cookies.
I saw Gene Perez down there. He was already getting those.
Yeah. Well, Chad's on a no sugar diet, so I'm going to make sure Angie brings
We'll make sure he doesn't get.
Yeah, we'll make sure we bring a plate. I've never seen him turn one down.
Uh-oh.
It's tough.
It is. It's a mental challenge, isn't it, with any of that stuff?
Okay, now that the first round is over, we'll start the second round. Again, please, when you move to your lanes, wait. I want to start all these together because I get some slow matches, get some ties, and so forth. I want to keep it all together. Okay? Second round can begin. You should be bowling
Nicely
somebody
put.
that has done the same thing you
Yeah.
did, whether you won your match or lost your match in this round. After this one,
It's appreciated because we don't want to edit that information.
Yeah.
We don't have a button to censor anything here, so we have to be careful, right?
So we're gonna lose some bowlers in this after this one.
Oh, great cover there.
Yeah, big shot, especially with the timeout between that.
David, we do not know how Jeff Mann is doing. He's a little bit a ways down from us. We'll try to see if we can't get some printouts of round one scoring. But I'm not sure even the tournament director technically knows who's done what round by round either. Because there's really not a sheet you turn in after every round. Brandon starts right off where he left on 9 and 10. All right, Craig Monroe is bowling John Bowerly Jr. on 5 and 6. They are in a loser's bracket match. Winner's bracket matches are on 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Uh-oh. Oh, David Hayes with just enough.
Jacob Sisk down on what looks like to be 15 and 16. He's a Lafayette bowler, former, not sure if he's still in college or not. But a lot of Purdue, yeah. Doug Weedman, thanks for being a faithful viewer. He mentions that Seafart Bazzulo, Jacob Wright, Ryan Schlosser, TJ Schmidt, Zach Weidman, not Zach, sorry, Kyle Weedman are all Purdue intercollegiate bowlers. So Purdue well represented here. And Doug, your son bowled really well yesterday, shooting 651 in qualifying, finished out with a 257. Solid day of qualifying for Kyle. Now you're looking at Jacob Sisk here on 15 with a strike. He starts out 9 spare strike. He's taking on Joseph Litton. Now you're getting a good look here. Ben Caldwell taking on Ryan Pittman in a loser's bracket match. Messenger takes out the 10 for Kevin McCune. That's a double, and we're off to a really good start here on 7 and 8. Good spare there from Zach. Well, James, unfortunately, I'm going to be as good as it gets when it comes to being a laneside interviewer. Kimberly is busy
She's
in
busy
Woodland.
today. Yeah, she's busy today.
Yeah, she said she couldn't make it today. So, too bad.
You have to do your best imitation.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Chad's about to fall out of his chair over here.
Where do I start? Oh, my goodness. I don't even want to attempt that, I don't think.
It's impossible.
All right, let's see here. I'll get my stuff ready here and have you man the booth. It's a tough job, isn't it?
It is. You do it very well, so yes, it's very difficult.
You know what? If you just try to sound as smart as you can be, you can you can fool anyone, right?
Me and my high school education, that's it.
School of Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got here. Brandon now with a spare in the third. That's going to be just off to the left of David Hayes here. David working on a spare here in the second. Down by 2 here early against Zach Tackett, who they are bowling in a winner's bracket match. And Brandon Stogsdill with another nice shot there in the fourth, and he is lined up.
Yeah, just a little quick on that one, breaking high, but yeah, he's got a good look.
David not
He looks a little quicker, a little more speed than he was throwing over here on 7 and 8.
Not quite getting the same ball reaction he had on 7 and 8. And sometimes you're just going to get on pairs that are just a little bit better than others.
Just doesn't take much, yeah.
Oh, wow. My goodness.
Yeah, they have to change the pins over here with Kevin. He's just smoking them down there. What a great shot.
I'll be honest with you. You know, there's guys that you just like to watch bowl more than others. You know,
He's very smooth. He's gets every bit of it.
E.J. Tackett is one. You know, I enjoy watching Kevin McCune bowl a lot. The kid can do about anything he wants to the bowling ball. He can go hard and straight. He can hook the whole lane. He can finesse it. And it is impressive, to say the least.
There is no replacement for versatility. There really is not. If you can do all that, then you're in play every week.
Yeah, when you got to be thinking here, Brandon, who's off to a double spare strike. You know, you would take your chances that after those 4 frames, you might have a 15-pin lead or better on your opponent. But here's Kevin, picks up a split in the first. Now he's got a 3-bagger, spares 3-bagger through 4. You know, and he's moved in a little bit. He was firing urethane
the speed,
up.
though, the speed, and just still getting the hit. But the bottom of the swing is what's so clean and so smooth, and that's where he gets that, saves that power up,
and just fearless.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's impressive. You know, say what you want about Jason Belmonte. You know, there's those that like him, there's those that don't. But you cannot, you have to appreciate the ability that he can just, in the clutch situations, just absolutely perform at a high level.
Yeah, I mean, you don't do all what he's done and not be able to handle those pressure situations. And you know, he finds something. That's why last week at Woodland was just so surprising, because you just kept thinking, you know, he's gonna figure it out and take off. But he just never looked really comfortable last week. You know, he worked really hard and kept saving some games, but just never was able to get that rhythm going where he could just put some big ones together and keep going. Hey, let's face it, he's bound to have a bad week every now and then.
Oh,
it's rare, obviously,
well,
very rare.
Yeah, there's times in which you don't have, you're not sharp.
Yeah, it happens.
He's human.
I mean, he does travel a little ways to get here.
Yeah.
Brandon's off to your left of your screen.
He gets it. What a break there.
He trips
Almost
out
a horrific
you can see
break.
it you can see it on the side of your screen there. That was Brandon Stogsdill with that trip 9. Should have went the first time.
Yeah, almost a horrific break, and then pin comes out from the sidewall and just touches the 9-pin enough to knock it over.
Yeah, this is a match which is a rare one out there right now. A match with strikes and a lot of strikes in a row. So
we got a dogfight here on 7 and 8. Somebody get the ring announcer.
Half pocket, 6 into the 10.
Just
Perfect
saws
shot,
the
Kevin
10
McCune.
away. Impressive.
Yeah, it's a great match here in front of us.
And then these two guys are looking to their right, and, you know, one strike amongst the other two players combined. and they've missed twice.
Well, and yeah, and Zach Tackett and David Hayes, and they both were, were lined up the first game, and so they've hit a pair that's a little squirrely for them, and they've got a battle.
Nice shot there from David Hayes.
Yeah, pretty shot.
Now Joseph Litton here on lane 15. He's taking on Jacob Sisk. We're not ignoring the other matches. This Kevin McCune and Brandon Stocksdale match is just a little bit different than what we've seen on any other pair right now. And he got a mittful there. Comes in light. Is he going to? Oh, what a break. He's going to have to fix the score as the. Boy, you love the slow rack when it trips to 2, doesn't it?
Well, and that single pin that he just got kept him in the lead.
Well, you don't have to throw it a split either.
Yeah.
That one, it looks like he got just a hair right of target. Yeah.
Just laid up a little bit. Uh-oh.
Oh,
yeah, David Hayes a little quick with the feet, a little to the right, and got a good break, just leaving that.
That's how you go at those corner pins. You just go hard and straight.
Yeah.
You don't take any chance of.
That's a solid 10 that moved about 2 inches to the left with Ben.
Somebody didn't clean the pin deck down there on 12, did they?
Yeah, Ben, that was a great shot.
Again, we thank you for watching the Indiana Masters here on Savage Bowling TV. Scott Gilmore and Mike Aulby in the broadcast booth with you. Chad Lester doing all the technical stuff for us this weekend, as it's been a difficult one. But you know what? At the end of the day, we're here, and that's what matters. And we've got some great matches. But before we get back into the bowling, we want to thank our sponsors. We want to thank Big Four Socks. We want to thank Tim Mack's Victory Lane Pro Shops, Pinheads Entertainment, A1 Automotive, RT Tour Experience, Mike Aulby's Arrowhead Bowl, and the Brands of Brunswick for being involved here in our events. And we thank you for taking time out of your Sunday to watch some bowling. No football on today, so why not watch bowling all day? We got the U.S. Open on Fox today. Yeah. That doesn't start until 2 o'clock, I believe, so why not hang out with us for another hour and 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and, you can always flip back and forth or keep us on your laptop and watch the U.S. Open. Just don't tell me the results. I've got it recorded, but I'm going to find out, I'm sure, anyway. But
you're getting a lot of support here now. They're going to let you know.
Was it your idea for the center to shut off all the TVs in front of us?
Yeah, that was pretty nice of them. Well, we need more bowling on every pair so they don't have the opportunity to.
That's right.
Well, and it's distracting too, I think, to a little degree.
Yeah. I just had to tease you a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, what a break for Zach Tackett as the pin rolls across and takes out the 4. That's a double and a much-needed one. Right after David Hayes opens in the 5th. Now Brandon with almost left the 8 or the 9-10. The 9 fell late. Just the 10 pin. And he converts. We got a heck of a match here between Brandon Stocksdale and Kevin McCune. This is almost like this is a heavyweight title fight. This should be, we need to save some of this for championship round, right?
Yeah.
This is what you want to see.
John Bowerly with a shot there on 5. He's up a little bit on his match.
Leaves the 2 pin. Got about a 17 pin lead here on Craig Monroe. That is a loser's bracket match, so the winner advances on and the loser will go home. I always feel like that's negative. The loser will just be done bowling. My goodness. Someone call the cops.
Those pins aren't staying on the deck very long. Man, what a shot. What a shot. Keeps some 2 pins up, but he's got the hammer working there, so.
I got to figure out what he's throwing because my ball don't do that.
Yeah. I know mine doesn't, I know, but.
You still touch a ball?
Yeah. Can't remember the last time that was, but I do. I bowl the USBC championship, Open Championships. I'll bowl the opening weekend there for fun, just for fun.
Oh, Ryan Pittman.
He touched that too. It wiggled it.
He just barely touched, but gosh, you hate to miss single pins. Oh, comes in
Yeah.
high, leaves the
Yeah.
3-6.
Got around that one a little soon. Didn't quite get the direction he needed.
You got to figure that you put an asterisk on this match here, because you kind of wonder how big of an implication this one will have. One thing too, Mike, is the winner of this match will have a bye. That's a
Right.
big deal.
That's a big deal, yeah.
That is a big deal. Oh, great shot from David. Right back-to-back
Yeah,
opens.
he's had some trouble just figuring that pair out, but he's made some good shots, though. It's just the in-between ones haven't given anything to pick up.
Well, he's down 30 to Zach Tackett right now through 6 frames. Zach getting ready to bowl in his 7th.
Craig Monroe working on a strike here. His match against John Bowerly.
Well, regardless, Kevin will still have a 2-pin lead here over Brandon Stogstill. Here he is, 9th frame, right lane. Oh, my goodness. These two guys are just throwing pins everywhere.
They may have to replace the whole rack here between.
My goodness. Well, I mean, you're watching other matches, and you don't see anything what you're seeing right now on 7 and 8.
And Brandon's now in control.
Yeah.
Going into the 10th frame. Both shooting 250.
We got a great match here by Pittman and his opponent here, which I believe is Ben Caldwell. Actually, no. That's the one thing, is we don't have a sheet that just tells us where all these guys are moving. We're kind of trying to figure out the best we can. That's actually Craig Lamont down there bowling as well. We don't know if that's a winners or a losers bracket. You know, big comments there from Craig. You know, his dad bowled in the championship match here.
Yeah.
And Craig was like, I'm here to win. So I don't know, you know, him and Dad will have a little inside match here going on.
Yeah, and I didn't get the feeling that was the first time he thought about that either. You know, yeah. Yeah, his dad did a wonderful job last year.
Yeah, and he just really fell
TJ
apart.
had it figured out. Well,
Yeah.
TJ kind of had it figured out and bowled really well.
Well, right now, 237 the possible score. That's going to force Kevin to fill 9 spare strike or strike spare in the 10th frame.
Well, Brandon's got another shot here. He's got to make sure he fills that. David Hayes with a double. Good shot. Well, I think Chad was going to take that from us. I think
Yeah,
going
Brett.
shirtless today, but
yeah, our producer director Chad's going to go shirtless here. Not. You don't want to see any of that.
No, it's a little chilly up here.
This is rated G. Or wait a minute, that would be rated G if we did it gross.
Yeah, that could be. That could be it.
You're better off than I am, I'm sure. Oh, here we go. Oh, what a break. Oh, that could have easily been the 210, excuse me.
Yeah, there's a little hiccup there. Yeah, Kevin it wasn't as smooth as he normally is at the bottom and didn't quite catch that one. So ball delayed coming in, leaving good break, leaving just a 2, but match is still in his hands.
Well, right now, Kevin.
David Hayes with a 3-bagger coming back in this one to make a match.
Yeah, right after Zach opened in the 8th. Now, Kevin McCune needs to spare. Oof.
All they got to do is fall.
Yeah.
That was tough, but
You always like to hit him square in the face, you know. Little skinny jeans there at first.
Yeah, I mean, this you don't want to lose that second round match. I mean, this is one where you want to make sure this can make or break you here. You don't want to go that loser's bracket yet. Although Kevin has experience at that when he won before. But
we could very well have a tie right here. Strike to win.
Too.
9 to tie. Anything less than 9, Brandon Stockstill advances in the winner's bracket. It'll be on the far left side of the right box. Here he comes into your view.
Caught it. He caught it.
Oh, we got a tie. We
That's
have
surprising.
a tie. Wait, how big was the strike and the fill for Brandon Stockstill?
And Kevin's made good. That pocket hit there, I mean, he's been slapping that 10 out of there. That was a surprise leave.
Well, we got a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. You know, when we used to have the Lafayette Open that I ran for 24 years in Lafayette, we had best of 2. It was a best out of 3 match in the bracket play. And if you tied, we didn't let any tie go on in a game, and it was a single ball.
Oh.
And I always like this. I do like the single ball because every shot's pressure, and it's easier to see. I know Jeff does his a little bit different. It's a 9th and 10th frame roll-off here. But 237, give me that every match, and I'm telling you right now, I would thought for sure you'd stay undefeated.
I agree with that.
But these two heavyweights going toe-to-toe here in round number 2.
And the match on your right side, Zach Tackett.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
So Zach Tackett needs this shot to put him in the 2-0s, but he cannot lock out David Hayes.
Hey, we're on Facebook Live too as well. Oh, we're remoting in.
Remote camera.
Oh,
we have
yeah.
a wireless now.
All
Using
right.
phone.
Hey.
I've been wanting to try it, but
There's our technical guy right now.
I didn't take an engineering degree either.
Hey, and I want to let you know, Brett, he's got a shirt on. So don't worry about that. We made sure of that.
I do. 3 shirts, actually. It's cold in here.
Well, he's known to. We got a mechanical issue here on lane 5. I always feel like that's kind of a distraction, but.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
So they're the best one of the best in the business.
193,
Shannon Beatty down there.
193 for Zach Tackett. David Hayes can come back. He's got 214 left in the 10th. David Hayes has come back. He's got 3 in a row.
Oh
my.
He thought it was good, too.
He did like that.
Big. You know, I think right now you want to try to get just 2 pins here.
He's got a ball that he could pick this up. Or do that.
Oh. All right, 7 fill there. 37 the best. It's still not over because Brandon.
It's nothing a double doesn't.
Brandon working on a spare. Important shot here for Kevin.
David Hayes.
Oh, big 4. Nope. 6, 7, 10. And now a big split for Kevin. And boy, Brandon's got to be thinking thank you very much. But unfortunately, boy, surprising. He's lost his look and just that quick, or is that just.
Yeah, the one he got away from he thought was good. Now David Hayes over here on lane 10. Spare conversion and a strike. We've got another tie. So 6, 7, 10 for David Hayes. A spare and a strike for another tie.
Oh, this is a tough one too.
And he had the game in hand. He had 3 in a row. Oh, good run out.
Good run, but Zach Tackett will advance. And now Brandon, with any kind of good pin count here, will advance. And that will be enough.
Wow.
Great match there from Brandon and Kevin. Now you got a heavyweight in the loser's
both
bracket
brackets,
once again. The last time Kevin lost in the second round, he won it.
Guys, I'm going to go off of this, and I'm going to show you right here, show everybody what was just delivered to us.
Oh, yeah.
And a note, ran out of cookies yesterday. 2 new brands from store this morning. Sorry.
We'll take fresh cookies any day. We could have put in our request, you know.
Thank you, Angie and David Small. Thank you.
All right. That's round 2 here, partially done. I'm going to put on my remote setup here, and we'll try to get some reactions with those that have won, and we'll find out matches that are going down on the high end. And look at the first guy. First guy that jumps in on the cookies is Chad. All right, so we appreciate you watching here, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the matches here, as the winners will get a one-round bye here, which is always huge.
John Bowerly with a tough blowout 7-10 there.
All right, we'll. I'm going to put my remote set on. Mike, you take control. And
all right, we'll do it. John Bowerly shooting the 7-10 in the 7th frame, his match. Doesn't get the count, but he's in a tough match here. And it's the only match I can see within our eye shot here is John Bowerly. This match, he's now on lane 5. John holding a 15-pin lead, though, going in the 8th frame.
Test.
Oh, John breaking a little high there. A little 3-6-10. Just wants to fill some frames here and keep the heat pressure on his opponent. I feel like the guys have taken the cookies and run here. Good spare by John Bowerly, filling that frame. Spare up in the 8th. Now up Craig Monroe on lane 6. Craig's coming off an open in the 7th frame. And he's 15 behind John Bowerly at this time. Breaks down the baby split there, the 2-7, leaving only the 2. Craig's just having trouble dialing in. It just seems like once he gets it out, it wants to wiggle a little bit and come up light, and then he looks like it makes a clean shot, but the ball breaks loose right through the face.
All right, Mike, you got me here? All right.
We got you, yep.
All right, going to walk in here with the second round winner here, Zach Tackett. And Zach, kind of an up and down match. You throw a double 3-bagger, and then you find yourself with an open, and then you had to work pretty hard to finish that one out, but you find yourself now winner in round number 2. You got a bye.
Yeah, I for sure thought I lost that match, but I guess an acorn finds a nut every now and then. So luckily he split. I thought I was definitely done because I missed the 1-2-4 and opened in the 10th. But I mean, I don't think either of us wanted to win that match. So I mean, that's how it happens sometimes.
Well, you gave your shot here at the PTQ at the U.S. Open and didn't advance. So how nice is it to come here to the Indiana Masters and find yourself a couple of matches away from being in a title match?
Feels pretty good. EJ helped me out with some stuff this past week, so and it's working out pretty good actually. So my ball's coming off my hand probably the best it's ever been. So we'll see how the rest of the season goes.
What's the, when you're playing out here, are you just trying to get the ball through the fronts and read the back end a little bit more?
Yes. But mostly I'm just trying to find the pocket and pick up my spares. But obviously I missed a head pin that.
Well, you're gonna do that a little bit here, Nobody's perfect, right?
Yeah.
Well, you got yourself a bye, so you're going to take a nice little break and then throw some practice shots on the warm-up there?
Yeah, probably.
All right, well, best of luck moving forward.
All right, thank you.
All right, Zach Tackett, everyone. We're going to move down here to the high end, find out who we can grab some more. Mike, back to you.
Oh, thank you. Good job, good interview, and Zach's going to be one to contend with today, obviously. Back to John Bowerly here on lane 6. Good shot, gave it a chance. Leaves the wall shot 7. Craig Monroe filled a couple frames, is through 9, shooting in the 160s, and John is shooting in the 170s. So John's still holding that 15-pin lead. Just wants to fill this 9th frame and can win it in the 10th and move on. This match, loser of this match is eliminated. And looks like this is the last match that is going on this round.
Hey, Mike, I'm going to sneak in here real quick with Kevin McCune.
And go right ahead.
Kevin, let's talk a little bit about that last match. What a heavyweight battle between you and Brandon Stocksdale, and I'm sure you're disappointed to not execute the way you are accustomed to there in the 9th and 10th. Just walk us through what happened there.
The MV Tour just kind of lost its surface on it, so it started to get down the lane a little bit, and obviously I got 6 in the roll-off. I just tried to bump in a little bit and get around it a hair, and then all of a sudden it took off. That's pretty much what happened, was that the MV just started to get down the lane a little bit too much. I probably should have just went to the Black Widow in the same spot and just had a little bit more forward. The ball was starting to get too rounded. If you can get the ball to go forward through the pins, you'll strike 10 times more.
I know it's disappointing because you would probably take 237 every match, and you probably tell yourself, I'm going undefeated.
Pretty much.
Well, you have the experience here of kind of losing early and then kind of steamrolling everyone, so you still have to feel pretty confident because your look is still really good.
Yeah, I have a good look, and that's where I lost last time.
Yeah, so
same round.
Well, you lost round 2 and you won it all, so maybe you can do it back-to-back times.
Let's hope.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Kevin McCune there. Tough luck, 237, and he ties Brandon Stocksdale and loses in a 9th, 10th frame roll-off, and now he finds himself back in the loser's bracket. Mike, back to you.
Thank you. Solid effort there so far by Kevin McCune, and he's going to be one to contend with still. We know that. John Bowerly up on the 5th frame. Opening in the 9th, missing the spare, but with a strike, will shoot 166. Will force his opponent to double in the 10th to beat him. And once again, this is an elimination match. Last match still live in this round. This is round 2.
All right, Mike, I'm back here behind the lanes here with Brandon Stocksdale. And Brandon, I just got done talking to Kevin McCune, and what a heavyweight battle there. Both of you just sending pins everywhere. And I told Kevin, you would take 237 every match, and you felt like, I'm going to go undefeated today. And you found yourself in a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. And walk us through that 9th and 10th. You threw it well all game long.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, the one thing I looked back was going to Gary Sparks, my old Vincent's coach, and just relax and repeat the shots. And that's what I did, so very happy.
Well, it looked like you had a nice little line inside. You came off the previous match you won. You played the same part of the lane, and you had a great ball reaction all game.
Yeah, I've been throwing the GB2 with about 1,000 grit on it, the hand way, and looks good right now.
How good does it feel to win a couple of matches, and now you get to watch for a round?
Feels really good, finally.
Well, you're bowling well. Keep it up. Best of luck as you move on to the next round.
All right, man, I appreciate it.
All right, Brandon Stocksdale, everyone. Mike, back to you.
Thank you. Good job, Scott. Thank you. Yep, finishing up in the 10th frame, and Craig Monroe needed a double to knock John Bowerly out of the tournament, but instead will lose 164. Good spare by Craig there, but strike will give him 160, and he's lost this match and will be eliminated from the tournament. But great job.
All right, Mike. I'm going to chime in here with another winner in the winner's bracket, Jeffrey Mann. And Jeff, you know, you tried your shot at the U.S. Open and the PTQ, came up a little bit short. Now you're here at the Indian Masters, and you find yourself undefeated through 2 rounds and a little break here. It's kind of nice, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on the day. I do tend to like to keep the ball rolling, but I've been kind of wanting to take a little breather here for a second, so I'm not too mad about it.
Well, what have you, what kind of where are you playing at on the lanes, and what are you seeing right now?
I'm playing kind of inside. I mean, just trying to play it pretty kind of straight up. Just trying to keep like a smooth reaction to not have anything too over or under. Just trying to control the pocket. I mean, that's been the name of the game, control the pocket, pick up spares. just trying to keep that predictable motion so that way, you know, when we're making the moves, we can understand what we're seeing.
Now you got a little break here. What are you going to do while you have a round off?
I'm going to get me some chicken fingers and try and watch the other matches going on.
All right. Jeffrey Mann, everyone, good luck.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, Mike, back to you.
Wow, you're finding all the good ones down there, Scott. That's a good one, Jeffrey Mann there. Good job. Good job. So we finished up down here. Now we're getting ready to go to round 3, and this is the first break for the winner's bracket. And they'll eat chicken fingers and take a break and throw some practice balls, apparently. So,
hey, Dave.
But yeah, round 3 getting ready to start. Once again, every round will be eliminating bowlers. Looks like we've got right in front of us Nathan Smith and Jordan Bryant. And this is a winner moves on, loser is out. Balls have started rolling, so round 3 is on. Right in front of us, lane 7. Jordan Bryant with a light 10-pin lead.
All right, Mike, I've snuck in here with another winner, Clint Million. And Clint, always nice to be undefeated here after 2 rounds at the Indiana Masters, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a different stage when you come in and don't have to bowl the early squad to kind of grind your way into it. So bowled pretty decent yesterday, and today I kind of found something a little bit, so pretty similar to yesterday. So.
How are you playing the lanes, and what are you seeing out here from pair to pair?
The first game I threw the conspiracy scheme, and I'm kind of playing about 22 to trying to hit about 13 to 14, something in that range, kind of keep it in front of me. And I moved the next pair, and they were just flat getting it. And I ended up changing balls, went to a Brunswick twist, and pretty much the same line, and got enough carry and moving on.
Now, you get a round off, you get a little bit of a break. What are you going to do here after you get done wasting your time with me?
Probably go talk to some friends I got here with me and call a couple people and let them know that I'm still doing okay and still making it, and probably get a drink and some water and go down there and throw some shots.
All right, best of luck, and hopefully we'll see you further on down this tournament.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, everyone, Clint Million, undefeated. That's another winner here at the Indiana Masters.
I like his outlook. He's got a great game plan working. It seems real relaxed, and so far so good for Clint. Right in front of us here, lane 7 and 8, Nathan Smith started off the match with a strike on lane 8, up for the double on lane 7.
All right, Mike, I'm going to bug someone who's probably not going to be overly thrilled to talk to me, but we're down here with TJ Schmidt, and TJ, last year's champion. I see you got your street shoes on. Things didn't go your way here. What happened?
Well, when you start out game 1, 7-2, 7-2, 7-1, things are not going your way, especially when your opponent has the front 5. So I ended up coming back with the last 5 for 190, but he was pacing at 220 at that point. And then the next match, bowled Chris Hankins right here behind us, and he had 195, I had 192, one open. I could have struck the first ball in the 10th to make it on, but just I wrapped a 10, and there you go.
Well, you know how difficult it is here. You have been fortunate enough to win 2 of these, and you, even though you've won a couple, you always want to win again, and because match play is so much fun. But you've always been a great player here at the Indiana Masters.
Yeah, and it's just so difficult. I mean, every pair is completely different here, and it's the luck of the draw when you bowl somebody. You could have somebody that had 240 look on every pair, and you find them on the look that they can only get to 180, and that's why it's a crapshoot, and it's fun. Like that's the adrenaline rush of bowling this tournament, is you never know what's going to happen in match play.
Well, now you go from bowler to cheerleader. You got a couple of former Purdue College bowling teammates, Jacob Wright and Ryan Schlosser, still bowling. You going to give them any advice here, or are you just going to let them do their thing?
Oh no, I can't teach what Schlosser's doing. He's the only one out here playing the ditch, and no, but I'm just here to support him. We got Devin Mazzillo down there too, and Chris Saferth. So yeah, all guys that I bowled with, and so yeah, cheering them on.
pretty cool. We were looking at the list of Purdue former Purdue bowlers, and it was quite lengthy. Kind of cool to see a lot of the guys that bowl for Purdue having some success here.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a testament to Scott Savage, Doug Weedman. They've coached us from high school on, and yeah, they're great minds.
All right, former two-time winner here, defending champion here at the end of Masters, TJ Schmidt. Thanks, TJ.
All right, down here on lanes 7 and 8, right in front of us, Nathan Smith, Jordan Bryant in a match. We're finished with 2 frames. Both have a missed spare in the second, and looks like Jordan Bryant leads by 1 over Nathan Smith going into the third. Jordan Bryant happy with that result. Looks like he got the line a little quick, but good push down the lane for himself. Waited on the release. Perfect shot. Take 10 in a pin anytime today you can get. I hear Scott out there somewhere. Scott?
Yeah, I'm down here on lanes 23 and 4 in a loser's bracket match with Kevin McCune and Chris Seyfarth. And Kevin here missing the head pin left and leaving the 1, 3, 6, 9. And he goes hard and straight at it and chops it off.
That was very hard. I can see that from here. Wow.
Well, Chris started out with a split 7-2 and then an 8 spare in the second. So both of these players, obviously Kevin with a lot of experience here winning this, and Chris made a deep run here not too long ago, so Chris has a lot of experience. He's made the Final Four also in the Indiana Scratch Classic, so Chris with a ton of experience. This should be a very interesting match down here on the high end.
A lot of great players left out there right now. There's a lot in the winner's bracket still, but the loser's bracket has a lot of talent out there still.
And Chris just leaving a solid 10 pin on a good shot. Also down here, other matches, we have Craig Lamond taking on past champion Trent Jarvis on 27 and 8. John Bowerly taking on Devin Mazzullo. And then all the way down on 33 and 4 is Terry Vaughn and Ryan Pittman. So we'll try to walk up and down here and give you some updates on matches that are going down where you can't quite see, Mike.
No, I can't.
Yeah, Scott, just so you know, I'm filming or framing up a third camera, so we have three outputs at once. So if you're filming a match down there, we can catch that as well.
Well, I want to give a shout out to Dave Savage coming over here to help. He's going to take care of the remote camera we got going on. So we'll try to give shots of a few things going on. Our microphone only goes so far down, so I'm not going to be able to get down to lanes 33 and 34 to give you some updates there because I don't think I have quite enough reach here.
Good job. Thank you, Scott. Update here on the Jordan Bryant-Nathan Smith match. Jordan Bryant working on a strike. Lane 8. Nathan Smith strike. Nathan Smith strike spare. Almost got away with that one. Leaving just the 9. Just want to make sure you fill your frames here. It's too difficult to get those strikes to let them go. So you got to make all your spares you can. And Jordan Bryant on lane 7 after going Brooklyn on the right lane. Let's see what he can do here.
It looks like Nick Squire's getting ready to bowl on lane 12. Right?
Nick Squires has 1 open, shooting in the 180s through 4. That's a tough leave there. Punching out that washout. And losing 4 pins in count, too. That's even worse. He's falling a little more behind Joseph Litton. Nathan Smith got it inside his target. Brooklyn leaves just a 5. He'll make that spare. Move on to that. We got the second open of the game by Nick Squires. Well, Joseph Litton's got a clean game going there, so now he's got about a 20-pin deficit for Nick Squires. So far, these two matches, nobody seems real comfortable with what they're looking at out there. Just a lot of. Matter of fact, if you look at Nick Squires and Joseph Litton, there's only been one strike the first 5 frames for both of them. There's the second one, Nick Squires. He needs those to get back in his match. Nathan Smith covers his spare. Looks like some of our winners bracket bowlers are now starting to hit the practice pair over here on 1 and 2. About that halfway point's probably the right time to get loose with, and starting to get back in that mental aspect and start focusing on your next match. Nathan Smith a little wide on that one, just didn't get the ball to roll up soon enough and leaving a washout. Joseph Litton with a great shot. Buries 10 in the pit. Staying clean, 96 in the 5th. He's up by 28 now after 5. Nathan trying to take a little off that one, kind of backing it up a little bit, but just a little too much. Good loft on that one for Joseph Litton, but ball broke real sharp. That he caught all that one, leaving the 3-6-10. Tough spare out there on this today. Sometimes you get the ball a little wide and wants to hang and get it in, it's going to just jump on you. So.
Hey, Mike, I'm going to sneak in here.
Go right ahead.
I have Lafayette bowler Jacob Sisk, who's still alive in the winner's bracket. And Jacob, you're coming off a Lafayette City Masters championship, and now you find yourself 2 matches in, 2 wins. You're in the winner's bracket. How good does that have to feel?
It feels really great overall. I think that today my body isn't wanting to do quite as good as I did yesterday, so I just got to find my legs and just really try and make the best shots that I can today.
I know you've always been known as kind of one that likes to grind a little bit, and you find yourself in this kind of a format grinding every match. How good does it feel to come out with wins so far?
Yeah, I really just try and focus on spares and try to make my misses as less painful as possible. So yeah, so being undefeated right now is really a great feeling.
What part of the lane are you playing, and what kind of a ball are you using right now to combat these conditions?
Right now I'm using a symmetric pearl. It's actually an old ball, it's the rain, and I am trying to slide pretty far left and just try and control the pocket.
All right, well, I won't keep you from getting warmed up for the next round, but best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, Jacob Sisk, everyone from Lafayette.
Thanks, Scott. And Matt, Nick Squires going. This is for 3 in a row. A lot of ball speed and big 4. That would have got him. He's already right back in the match because his opponent, Joseph Litton, had opened the last frame, and he was on a double, so he had closed in. Oh, boy, big 4. Boy, he's throwing it hard. Just too sharp of a break. Over here on 7 and 8, Jordan Bryant still just marking, filling frames, holding his lead. Great break, tripping out that 4. Nice smooth release. Tripping the 4-7 out of there for a strike. Shooting in the 180s through 7, but holding a 20-pin lead over Nathan Smith.
Hey, Mike, I'm making my rounds here with all the undefeated players here at the Indiana Masters, and I found one more.
Hanging out with all the winners, are you?
Yeah, why not? You got to put yourself around good company.
You
know, that's what I always say. Ryan Sidney here, still undefeated, and one of the few left-handers still battling themselves here at the Indiana Masters. And Ryan, it's got to feel good anytime you can make a deep run here at the Masters, and you must be throwing it well because you're undefeated.
Oh, for sure. This redemption from last year didn't bowl well at all, so I wanted to come out with a game plan and use it.
Well, I know you came out of the gate in qualifying and bowled really well, kind of one of those one and dones, which always feels great here. How are you combating the conditions, and what ball and where are you playing at?
Just not letting the ball get outside of 12. It's playing real flat, so got my 5,000-year IQ, straight up 12 begging carry. That's about it.
You're kind of like me in a way. I'm left-handed, obviously, too, as well, but you're kind of a grinder, and that's the kind of mentality you have to have here because you know it's just not going to be strikes coming to you real easily. How does this kind of a format and condition play into your wheelhouse, per se?
I love it. I mean, that's how I live every day. Get up the gym, stay focused, discipline. This is what it's all about.
Well, I know you got some warming up to do as you had a little break here. I won't keep you, but best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, Ryan Sidney, everyone. He's still undefeated here at the Indiana Masters.
You know, I'm still learning the 5,000-year IQ things. I'm just, I haven't heard these things before, so I'm learning myself today, so it's good. So, update on the Nick Squires and Joseph Litton match. Looks like Joseph holding about a 10-pin lead, but strike working in the ninth now. Nathan Smith has filled the 7th frame, and now he's got a 10-pin to shoot in the 8th, still down 20.
All right, Mike, I'm down here on 15 and 16 with the David Hayes and Jacob Wright match, and this one's really close. Jacob Wright's clean through 6. David now just left the 3-6-10. He's clean through 5. So separated here by just 5 pins right now going through the 6th frame. So real tight match here in the losers bracket on lanes 15 and 16.
Thank you. I'll tell you what, I watching Nick Squires, I think he throws it probably 5 miles an hour harder than anybody in here, including Kevin McCune. He is putting it down the lane. Oh, back-to-back trip fours for a double for Jordan Bryant. Puts him up in the 30s now. Through 8. And Nick Squires working on a strike in the 9th. Can take it out for 180.
All right, Mike, down here on 19 and 20, and Ryan Schlosser throws the first one in the 10th. He's going to advance over Chris Hankins here. Chris shooting a 179. So Ryan Schlosser already at 189. He'll advance into the next round of the losers bracket. And then I'll try to get down here and get an update on the Kevin McCune, Chris Seaforth match.
All right, thanks, Scott. And Nick Squires hit the first one at 10th. He can throw 2 more strikes at 10th for 180, and he's going to force, if he does that, he's forcing Joseph Litton to do the same thing in the 10th. Jordan Bryant high after tripping back-to-back 4s, 4, 6, 7.
All right, Mike, back here on 23 and 4, and I'm cutting out too bad, but Chris Seaforth and Kevin McCune are in a battle here where it looks like neither one has bowled really well. Chris has 152, just marked in the 10th, so he's got 172, and that is going to force a good pin count here on the field is going to force Kevin to throw the first 2 in the 10th to advance. So Kevin only with 3 strikes in the match so far, and to be honest with you, they've only thrown 5 combined. So 23 and 4 proving to be a difficult task for both players.
Yeah, we've got similar matches down here. Nick Squires just doubled and got 6 in the 10th frame for 176, forcing Joseph Litton to get the first one and then still get count.
Well, Kevin McCune just absolutely blistered the pocket 10 back on his first shot, so he needs a strike here and 7 on the fill. And here's the thing, Mike, he's got 3 frames in which he didn't even get 7 on the first ball. So it's, even if he gets a strike here, there's no guarantee.
No gimme down there. Yeah, it's similar match here. It's Joseph Litton up now. He needs this first one.
Oh, man, he absolutely just obliterated the rack. 7 on the fill ball, Mike, here, and Kevin McCune escapes.
And the winner is going to be Nick Squires down here, eliminating Joseph Litton. Nathan Smith can throw 3 1/10 for 186 and take the lead in his match. He's moved outside and he's got a double.
All right, here's the fill shot for Kevin. Needs 7 to advance. Anything less than that, well, how about a strike? So
that would be fine, yeah.
Just when you think he's struggling, he finds a way to throw 3 in the 10th, and that's why he's really, Mike, one of the up-and-coming stars in the sport of bowling.
Yeah, what a big out. Great finish. Great finish. Nathan Smith now needs a second 1 1/10 to put him into the lead against his opponent, Jordan Bryant. Joseph Litton filling the frame here, but he's been eliminated 176 to 168 in this match. Nick Squires moving on. Big shot here, Nathan Smith to take the lead. He's moved outside. Little left, didn't quite roll soon enough. 3-6-7.
He looks like he was surprised by that shot.
Yeah, I mean, he thought he was a little left, but I think he got there a little quick with the feet, and it just delayed on him. So picks this up for 173. He's still going to force Jordan Bryant to get a mark in the 10th, as we've seen today. Not a give me out there to get a spare.
Hey, Mike, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to. I might get in and out here. 27 and 28, and Trent Jarvis is taking on Craig Lamont, and Trent has to have the first one in the 10th to advance. We got it on remote here, camera. And he just shredded the rack, and that will knock out Craig Lamont from the Indiana Masters.
Well, there are a lot of matches coming down to the wire here. I'll tell you what, here we're right in front of us. Jordan Bryant needs a mark and 1 pin to advance. Beautiful shot. Jordan Bryant shreds that rack. Now he needs 1 pin and 2 balls, and that'll advance. Nathan Smith will be eliminated. Jordan Bryant, he'll take that match. All you got to do is win. Doesn't matter what, as long as you got more than the other player, that's fine. Jordan Bryant will advance. Nathan Smith is eliminated.
All right, Mike.
Round. Yep.
I'm going to sneak in here with the final winners bracket competitor, Brandon Coombs. And Brandon, appreciate you standing on a step below me because you make me look a lot taller. And in all reality, step up on him. Just show him how much taller you are and I am. Okay, that's why we have him stand down here.
Good call.
Yeah. And Brandon, you find yourself winning 2 matches, grinding away. What are you doing out here to win match by match?
Just basically not giving the pocket away, keep making shot by shot, and just leave and fill frames. Don't leave frames open, and just keep getting your pins and get pin count if you do split.
What are you doing on? What are you playing, and what are you throwing right now?
Right now, I'm throwing the Storm Supernova. I put 1,000 grit on it, and I'm on 25 with my feet, playing 15 at the arrows and 10 for breakpoint.
So playing much farther inside. I've seen some guys play out. Have you tried that, or is mostly what you've seen successful inside?
Yesterday, I played with a Zenu urethane outside all day. That's what I qualified with. And then this morning when I came in, I actually switched to playing the inside, and it was actually working a lot better for me.
Well, it's always important to stay in that winner's bracket, and I'm sure you're probably thinking the same way. You got to bowl less games, right?
Exactly. Less games on the hand.
All right, best of luck moving forward, and we look forward to seeing your next match.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, Brandon Coombs, everyone. He's bowling well again here at the Indiana Masters.
Thank you, Scott. Looks like 1 match left way down there. John Bowerly is still throwing a shot. Can't really tell from his reaction if it was good. I know it went high, but I don't know what it means for the match. So still have that match going, and it looks like that's the last one in this round, but they're still doing it. Looks like most of the winner's bracket guys have had enough, and they're headed to their pairs for this round. some great matches, that one. I mean, even though the scores weren't high, it looked like almost every match was down to the wire and somebody needed a strike. The Kevin McCune match was phenomenal as far as in the shots that Kevin made in the 10th frame to move on.
We got one more match going on here on 15 and 16. Jacob Wright taking on David Hayes, and Jacob with an open in the 8th and 9th frame. He could shoot 189, and David Hayes going at a 185 pace. Here's Jacob stepping up on the left lane, 10th frame. That's way right. Oh, he's fortunate. He does break up the split. Obviously not the finish Jacob is looking for here, as he had the match a little in control here. Both players playing roughly the same part of the lane. It's interesting, Mike, when you hear Brandon playing 25 to 15.
Yeah.
And you see these guys trying to play up 5, right?
Yep. It's whatever they're comfortable with, it seems like, because like I said, the scoring pace, they don't seem to be finding anything that just everybody's going to jump into. So everybody's kind of whatever their angle is comfortable with today.
Well, with a good pin count here, he could still shoot 179. That would force David to mark in the 10th to advance. A lot of pressure here, and Jacob's not going to take any chance. He goes right down the middle. He gets 9, 178. It really didn't matter there, Mike, for the most part. He still forced David to mark here in the 10th frame.
I think 90% of the matches in this round went down to the last ball.
Yeah, the McCune-Seaforth match did. Craig Lamont, Trent Jarvis went down to the first shot in the 10th. You get this every year here at the Masters. I think it's why it's probably one of the most fun tournaments to bowl in and to watch. And now David Hayes stepping up in the 10th frame here. The Terre Haute product, young kid now bowling at Wichita State collegiately, and he's moved way left. Comes in light, fortunate just to leave the 2-pin.
Has he been playing there the whole game?
Yeah, the last 3 or 4 shots
Okay.
I've seen, he's played way in. And remember, he was playing up 2-3 board in his previous matches. So David's showing a little bit of versatility here to his game.
And confidence. I mean, you just don't do that and make shots like that, and unless you're pretty sure what you're doing and confident in what you're doing.
All right, he needs this spare. Needs to pick up the 2-pin to advance. And he does. All right, he needs 4 pins. This is the last match in this round, in the losers bracket only round. Winners will come back in the next round. And all of a sudden, we're starting to trim the number of bowlers down here. And he goes hard and straight at it. Good play there. David Hayes will advance over Jacob Wright, 183 to 178. And let's see if we can't get a quick word here with David while he... David, tough match there against Jacob Wright. You found yourself needing to mark in the 10th. Nerves, how were they doing? And we noticed you're playing much farther in this match than you were down on the previous ones, playing more outside.
Yeah, so I've been throwing urethane throughout qualifying and then the finals, and then it just wasn't working, so I had to switch to reactive, try something new, but it's working out now.
Now you find yourself in that losers bracket where it's every shot is so important mentally. How has it been helpful? You know, you're bowling now for Wichita State collegiately. How has that helped you in bowling these type of events too as well?
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Wichita State. There's no way. I can't say enough good things about the program. If you want to become good at bowling and you want to bowl in college, that's where you need to go. So it's the reason I'm here right now.
All right, one match at a time, they say, and you're bowling every round. That loser bracket. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, David Hayes, everyone. He just coming off that win against Jacob Wright. Mike, back to you.
Thanks, Scott. And looks like we're coming into round 4. We're half the field is gone. We're down to 16. And looks like we're going to eliminate another 4 after this round. Looks like we've got the opening shot for Jeffrey Mann here on lane 10. He'll take a trip 6 Brooklyn. He'll run with that one. Of course, remember these guys down here, the winners bracket, they've been warming up a little bit, but they sat out a match. So
well, and you know his competitor is someone that had to bowl in a roll-off to get in there, Jacob Young.
Exactly, yeah.
Amazing how you don't hear that ball hit the lane with Jeff Mann. Very smooth.
And it's rolling right out of his hand.
Well, I'm down here on 17 and 18 with the Clint Million and Ryan Sidney match. And Ryan missing the head pin left, leaving the 1-3-6.
Jeff Mann making the adjustment. Good shot for a double now. Made that work. Looks like Jacob Young he opened with a strike in this match against Jeffrey Mann. Lane 10.
All right, Ryan picked up that spare in the first, stepping up here on lane 17 and frame number 2. Also, Zach Tackett and Brandon Stockstill are bowling on 13 and 14 on our championship, or our, not championship pair, but our TV pair. Now Ryan Sidney here in the second frame. Tried to trip the 6-pin, but it stood up, and he definitely said, Mike, in our interview that he wasn't going to get the ball outside of 10, and he's right. He's keeping it on a pretty tight line.
Brandon Combs starting his match down here on lanes 5 and 6 with an open. And looks like Jacob Young got that double, but now he's shooting the 3-6-7, just getting 2. So he now has an open. Giving Jeffrey Mann the opportunity to take off here. He's on a double. Getting ready to shoot for 3 on lane 10. Second frame, Brandon Combs on lane 5. A lot of speed, good turn. Just checked up a bit, leaving the 2-8. Jeffrey Mann's got that inside. Dropped it back to back Brooklyns for a 3 in a row on that right lane. Good spare on the 2-8, Brandon Combs. Jeffrey Mann, lane number 9 for a 4-bagger. Got that one wide right, leaving the 1-2-8. spare. Good spare there by Jeffrey Mann on lane number 9, and Jacob Sisk on lane 5 going for a double. He's in a little deeper. Oh, ball did not slide out far enough, didn't get long enough, but gets a good break, breaking down that baby split, leaving just the 3. And our other match we're looking at, or at least I'm being able to see here, we've got on lane 10, Jacob Young getting the ball a little wide right there, but got the 5 count, 5 in the middle. Just want to shoot the pocket to get that spare. But he's trying to catch back up. He's bowling Jeffrey Mann, who started with 3 in a row and a spare in the 4th.
Okay.
Jacob Young, 22 down.
Sorry, Mike.
No, you're good.
Just going to give you some information on who's bowling who down here. On 25 and 6, Jordan Bryant's taking on Trent Jarvis. John Bowerly Jr. and Terry Vaughn are on 21 and 2. David Hayes and Kevin McCune are on 29 and 30. And way down here on 33 and 4 is Nick Squires and Ryan Schlosser. So that's who you have bowling down here on the high end. We'll try to keep you up to date on what's going on. And
there's some hard throwers on that end.
Yeah. Well, you got some past champions. Trent Jarvis, Kevin McCune are past champions. So
real quick, I want to give a shout out to someone that's in the chat. Ashley Hedges, tuning in from Australia.
Ashley, good to hear from you out there.
And it's summer there, so she said nice sunshine.
What's that? G'day, mate?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for watching. We appreciate it.
For sure.
We get those viewers from overseas. We hope you enjoy the bowling here in the state of Indiana, where right now it's in the 30s. Actually, no, it's actually warmer up. It's warming up. It's almost 50.
That's a heat wave.
I know. It's summer in the winter.
Ashley's come over and visited us a few times here in the States, so it's about time to come back, Ashley. Brandon Combs has a little trouble in the right lane and the left lane now. He's just not getting the ball to come up. He's falling a little bit behind there against Jacob Sisk. Jeffrey Mann making a little bit of an adjustment there after going back-to-back Brooklyns on the right lane and leaving the 3-6. He's getting there.
All right, I'm going to give you a quick update. Trent Jarvis right now up 34 through 3 frames over Jordan Bryant, but Jordan's got a strike working in the 4th. He can cut that deficit down by 10 here with the strike in the 5th. David Hayes is leading early over Kevin McCune. Kevin, a little bit unfortunate. It's gone strike, 9 spare, strike, 9 spare. David starts out spare, double. So that's early on in that match too. And Jordan Bryant just struck in the 5th, so 24 pin deficit now for him, but he looks lined up now.
Jeffrey Mann with that, he was clean with the turkey there, but now leaving the 2-8-10, and Jacob Sisk, the leader in his match against Brandon Coombs over here on the 5 and 6, just left a 5 count washout. So both leaders here down here are having a little trouble with this one on the right lane and left lane.
All right, down here on 33 and 4, Ryan Schlosser with a 17 pin lead through 4 over Nick Squires. And David Hayes just missed the 3-8, left the 3, and an open frame in the 4th now, and he is now trailing by 4 to Kevin McCune.
I'll tell you, no matter who seems to get out in front, it seems like they always come back a little bit here today so far, and tighten these matches are all tight. Looks like Brandon Stogsdill down here with Zach Tackett are within 10 pins of each other. Now Jacob Sisk is also in a 10-pin match. And Jacob Young on lane 10 can throw a double here to get right back in this one. With Jeffrey Mann. Here's a shot. Go away, Brooklyn. Trips the 5 out and leaves just the 10. Nobody seems very comfortable down here with what they're doing, so they're leaving all sorts of leaves and counts. But nobody's running away with the match down here. Jacob Young fills the 10-pin spare. He's in the 190s. He's going to be about 6 pins down from Jeffrey Mann.
All right. You're right, Mike. Throwing it hard down here on 33 and 34 is probably as hard as anyone I've seen today. And he is trailing still by 18 spares, working 7th. And he leaves the baby split, otherwise known as the 310. Kevin McCune marks in the 4th. David Hayes goes back-to-back opens in the 4th and 5th. And now Kevin has a 14-pin lead over David Hayes through 5.
And it looks like Ashley, a good friend of ours, he's one of the great guys over there in Australia, but he's telling us it's 4:40 in the morning there Monday. So up early to watch the Indiana Masters. Thanks again, Ashley. Jeffrey Mann making that move on that right lane where first time gets that pocket and shreds the rack. Good shot by Jeffrey Mann. Brandon Coombs telling himself to slow down a bit, but found the pocket on that one, so hopefully he's got him figured out on lanes 5 and 6. All the matches down here are within 10 of each other. Jeffrey Mann, lane number 9 for a double. And a beautiful shot, Jeffrey Mann. Brandon Combs breaks down the split, leaving just a 7. You know, you don't see a lot of action, you know, with the bowlers after they throw the shot. A lot of confidence. The balls are, it's tough to get a look where you feel comfortable what it's going to do 2 times in a row. So it's very demanding condition today. Spares are not easy either. So that's why these matches are so close and kind of go back and forth.
All right, a little update here on the David Hayes Kevin McCune match. David struck in the 9th. He just left a wobbly 4. Kevin McCune has a strike in the 6th, so Kevin can build on his 14-pin lead here with another strike. He can make it 24. And David kind of struggling a little bit here with some consistency on his look, but those back-to-back opens, he chopped his, or he missed the 3-9. He left the 3-pin, or 3-8, 2-8, excuse me. I'll get it right here sooner or later. He took the 8 straight back, and now Kevin up here with a solid 10 back strike. And you kind of wonder, as good as Kevin is bowling, you're trying to figure out how is he in the loser's bracket, but that just goes to show you how good Brandon Stockstill is bowling too.
Yeah, some great matches out here, and you're already in the 9th frame down there, and down here on 5 and 6 between Brandon Combs and Jacob Sisk. There's been 1 strike, so they're in the 5th frame or just in the 6th frame. So very tough match, a lot of tough spares to pick up. And Jeffrey Mann now on lane number 10. And he's working on a double with a commanding lead in his match against Jacob Young. It looks like the Zach Tackett and Brandon Stockstill match is within 10 pins.
Well, just when I thought Kevin McCune was in control, he comes in high and leaves the 4-9, and it wasn't a good 4-9, as I would say, a high pocket hit. It was more through the nose. And now he's opened in the 8th with 155, so he's given David Hayes some life here in the 8th frame, working spare.
Yeah, it seems like no lead is safe. It just it seems like something's popping up every time. Looks like Jacob Sisk making a big move to the outside part of the lane.
David's comes in high, leaving the 3-6-10, and both players struggling with the break point right now here, down on 29 and 30. And Kevin made a comment to me just a few minutes ago. He was saying that this is playing similar to the pattern 4 at the U.S. Open, so he's got the same type of over-under reaction, he said. So I told him, I said, well, you have plenty of experience on that. You got 8 games. More than 8. You got 24 games of match play on that pattern.
Jeffrey Mann down here got the first one on 10th. He's got 241 left if he wants to do it, but he just ran back and he's switching balls because he's won his match decisively here. Changes balls. Brooklyn, and the 10 pin actually moved over about 3 or 4 inches, but didn't go down. So he's going to be in the looks like 230. With a spare?
You know, it looks like my one end of the house playing totally different than the other end, which is typical here. We felt like they were a little tight here on the higher end. I'm not sure if that's the case today, but obviously scoring pace much different down here on your side.
And so Jeffrey Mann is going to eliminate Jacob Young in their match, but the Brandon Combs match and Brandon Combs and Jacob Sisk is going to be close, but Brandon Combs on a strike, leaving a washout.
All right, David Hayes strikes in the 9th. He could still shoot 202. Kevin McCune going on a 195 pace, and he just 5-count washout. So definitely match has just totally took a different direction here on 29 and 30.
Brandon Combs with a big pickup, picks up the 110. And in this match, it's all spares except for a couple strikes. So, but now Jacob Sisk will get up on lane 6 with a strike working. So he's got a chance to put himself into the lead here if he can get this one.
Man, Kevin just picked up the 5-count washout like it was nothing. Now he still has the match in his control. A double and 8 would win here and advance to the next round. Ooh, head pin comes across, or a pin came across right in front of the 4. Not sure how it missed it. But now David Hayes with some life. Obviously Kevin needs to pick up this spare mic and get good count, and he'll force David to throw the first 2 in the 10th.
Wow. When you got to throw strikes in the 10th out there on this condition, that's a pretty good feat if you can get that done.
All right, 9-count fill, 193 finish. And now David Hayes here in the 10th, needing 2. And a decent count to advance over Kevin McCune. One shot at a time, they say.
Exactly. It's all you can do out here on this. You definitely don't want to be thinking too far ahead.
Also here in the Ryan Schlosser-Nick Squires match, Nick shoots 172. Ryan basically just needs a good count here on the first ball in the 10th, and he'll advance. And now David Hayes must strike. Oh, what a beautiful shot. You know, the impressive thing, David, here is there's no too high and too low. He is even keeled.
Looks like Brandon Stocksdale is going to win his match, shooting 219 and against Zach Tackett. Zach's going to shoot 190, I believe. And then the other match we're watching down here is on 5 and 6, and Brandon Coombs comes up in the 9th frame with a 2-pin lead.
All right, David Hayes taking his time here, making sure he's ready. Steps up on the approach here. Must strike. Anything less than a strike, and Kevin McCune survives and advances. Oh, what a great shot. You know, and that's what good bowlers do, Mike. You give them an opportunity, just like Kevin did against Chris Seafarth, and he came through, and now the role has reversed, and David Hayes gets an opportunity, and he finds himself advancing here at the Masters, and Kevin's run is over.
Kevin he's made some good shots this week, so he's got a lot of confidence out there, and we know he's going to do well. David Hayes has got a great game.
Well, you know, and what's so impressive, Mike, there's no outward emotion. You know, he's cool, calm, and collected. And, boy, that's a great demeanor to have when the conditions are this tough and the pressure is that high.
Yeah, most definitely.
I'm going to sneak in here and get a quick word. Hey, David, I just want to ask real quickly. I know we talked to you in the previous round, another stressful match there. What I'm so impressed with the collected demeanor you have here. No real high, no real low. 2 great shots there in the 10th.
Thank you. Yeah, just part of the coaching out in college. I was never like this before there, so a lot of good experience from there.
Well, I have to ask you a question. Scott Dillion said he got you the pants. Are they a little bit of an inspiration for you?
Yeah, I know he always bowls this tournament, so it's my first time bowling this. I wanted to do it just because he would be here, he'd see. But I only really wear them on special occasions too, so it's just kind of a fun thing.
All right, I just had to ask because, you know, nobody wears more wild outfits than Scotty does.
He does, yeah. So.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, good win there for David.
Brandon Coombs down here took a lead into the 10th frame and just washed out 6 and 2 for 153. Jacob Sisk shooting 168 with a strike up, but and he needs count. Is all he's going to need, it looks like here on 2 balls.
And Mike, this pair looks really tough.
Yeah. There's only been 4 strikes the whole game between them. There's a 7 count, leaving the 3-9-10 for Jacob Sisk. And that's going to be enough for him to not advance, but to stay on in the winner's bracket. Brandon Combs will go to the loser's bracket. But yeah, 4 strikes between the both of them. And I think 2 of those were Brooklyn. Very tough match.
Well, you know, Jacob started off playing inside,
yeah,
and now he's moved
outside. And what made him switch was he missed the head pin on the left from the inside. So,
quick update too, guys. Clint Million has defeated Ryan Sidney 188 to 178. So Clint stays undefeated.
boy, the matches have all been close. Spare by Jacob Sisk. He had already won the match, but gives him an extra ball, which I'm sure he would love another shot out there just to see what he can come up with that in case he has to come back down here again.
Yeah, there's a very real possibility he could be down here in a couple rounds. Looks like 5 and 6 will be used 2 rounds from now. It's an elimination match.
So the winners still have a bye, right? After this round, they have another bye. Is that right?
Yeah, this is all an elimination round. This next round, round 5.
Okay.
Oh wait, no. Yes, that's correct. We're in round 5 after this.
All right. Yeah, and I didn't catch the winner. Mike, give me an update. Did the Stogsdale match? Who won that?
Stogsdale 219 to 190.
So we've had some close matches here, as you said.
It was close all the way, but Brandon made some great shots late.
All right, we're in the booth here. We're on the remote camera. And I want to give a big shout out to Dave Savage for helping us out. And
say hi, Dave.
Hey, steady, steady, Dave. Steady as she goes. You know, what you got to avoid, Mike, is when you're looking at the camera and then you look down and say, what do I look like? You know, I don't know. I should have combed my hair a little better this morning. Yeah, see, Dave's smart. He wore a hat, but
I think that's what he's suggesting for us. I think it was a hat.
Well, I tell you what, it's, you know, the amazing thing is this tournament always delivers some type of drama, excitement, and you know, I feel like that's one of the cool things about bowling in this event is, you know, every shot is important, and it's amazing to see some of these guys execute at such a high level, especially like David Hayes just in that last match, and really in kind of beat one of the favorites in our mind, right?
Oh, yeah, I would think if you thought anybody was going to be there, it was going to be Kevin. He started as the qualifying leader, and you made some great shots to stay in it, and, you know, you take him out, and that's you've opened the door to the final for yourself if you can keep going. And, you know, but 90% of the matches have been within 10 pins or somebody needed a double or a mark in a 10th. So, wow, great competition today.
Well, we're going to, Dave and I are going to keep walking around the bowling center and trying to get some updates.
Keep you out of trouble?
Yeah, it keeps me out of trouble. I did have to give Angie Collop a little bit of a hard time. You know, she promised us, Chad, that we'll have warm Otis Spunkmeyer cookies when we come back for the Queens in March. So we'll have some more there. That'll help your sugar levels. We'll keep them low for you for a while. But we're going to try to talk to some of the winners, too, and as always, we'll leave you with all the hard work, Mike.
And the cookies.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to head back out, guys.
So it looks like here we go. It's round 5. Winners got a break here. They get to take a break. There's 4 bowlers left in the bracket, the winner's bracket, but they will not participate till round 6. So we have 4 matches here in round 5. We'll lose 4 more bowlers.
Hey, Mike, I've caught up with kind of a celebrity here in the state of Indiana, Nathan Smith here from Noblesville. And Nathan, you bowled really well in the PTQ. You led it. You had a chance to bowl in the U.S. Open, and then you come over here to the Indiana Masters and make the cut. And obviously, you don't finish the way you'd like at either one, but, man, the experience that you've gained at both of these, so valuable for your young career.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on doing very well at the PTQ. I was just wanting to get a spot, and by, like, game 6, I looked up at the standings, and I was already in, like, 2nd place, and I'm like, well, there's no stopping now. We got to keep bowling. But yeah, the thing that got me at the U.S. Open was the 39-foot super flat. I just didn't have a good game plan, but other than that, I had a really good showing this week, and even for this really difficult pattern that's out here for the Masters, yesterday, like, I had one kind of bad game, but I made it up with 2 really good ones. But, you know, the game plan today didn't really work, but, you know, for a first-time showing, I think I did pretty well.
What's your plan moving forward? Are you going to try to bowl some more PBA events, or, you know, are you going to just try to get as much, I guess, experience as necessary?
Well, right now I'm in college. I'm not at Wichita State like I said I was when I was in high school, but I think I might bowl some more PBA regionals. I did one back in September, and I've been trying to do more of those. I just couldn't really find time in my schedule, but I'm debating on bowling the PTQ for the Kokomo Classic. And I think once the PBA tour is over and more regionals show up, I'll probably be bowling those. Definitely I'm going to be bowling this next year, and possibly the Scratch Classic. A lot of the years when, you know, people come to me and like, wait, why weren't you bowling this tournament? I didn't know it was going on. So at least now I know, and I'll probably be in the main field now from here on out.
All right. Well, your future's bright. And I'm sure we'll see you again in these matches here at the Masters. And best of luck with your future.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Nathan Smith, one of the rising young stars here in the state of Indiana.
Yeah, great showing there in the Open. Lead the PTQ is something in itself. So, but great job in the tournament as well. So, Here we are. We've got match on lane 15 and 16. Like I said, they're all elimination mats. It looks like Brandon Coombs looking at the big four, and he's bowling John Bowerly.
Man, I'm going to sneak in a word here with Zach Tackett. And Zach, you're just plugging right along here. And what are you seeing on this pair compared to what you've seen on others?
I honestly don't know. I haven't bowled past 13 and 14, so this is my first time getting to the middle of the house today. So it's hard to tell.
I know when you don't get any practice and your first shot counts, you had that experience at the U.S. Open, but you really got to find something pretty quick, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, my shot in the third frame, I missed it a little right, but there was a couple pairs down there that it would somewhat recovered, and that one just kind of went a little forward. So I got to figure something out.
All right, well, I'll let you get to work here mentally. I'll get out of your way. All right, Zach Tackett, everyone, here on 19 and 20. And Trent Jarvis, a past champion here, just starts out with the front four. He gets a fortunate break in the fourth on a Brooklyn. Zach had the front two and went 6-3 split here in the third. So still a lot of bowling left here on 19 and 20.
We're looking at John Bowerly up with, he's sitting on the first three in a row, lane 15. Looks like a little bit extra lift on that one, broke high and leaves a baby split. The 310. Off to your right, that ball is Zach Tackett. Oh, looked like a normal four pin, but the 10's stuck with it, so 410. Bad break there for Zach.
Yeah, and he liked it off his hand, and you got to figure that you get one or the other. You either have the 4-pin or you have the 10-pin. You don't have both right there.
Yep. That's what it looked like from the side there, all I could see, but looked like a good shot.
Well, Ryan Schlosser is bowling Jacob Young here on 23 and 4, and then way down on 27 and 8 is Ryan Sidney and David Hayes.
And one of the better spare shoes out there, John Bowerly picks up that 310. Great spare by John. Keep clean. Brandon Coombs looking to get back into this one. Brandon Coombs breaking high, leaving the 3-6-10.
Zach coming in high again here on the left lane, leaving just the 3-6. You can just kind of see, Mike, just how every shot, there's some anguish, there's some elation, knowing how important every shot is. The farther you advance in this tournament, these players can see how close they're getting here to the finals of both the winners and the losers bracket. And sometimes you can't think too far ahead here and play it one shot at a time, the old cliche in bowling.
Yeah, no matter how hard you throw it, you still have to be smooth at the bottom of your swing. You know, everybody seems to throw harder and harder at these spares, but you still got to get the ball down the lane a little bit. Watching, Brandon Coombs, was in the winner's bracket, match before, and all of a sudden, he's had trouble finding the pocket the last two pairs he's hit. And, it's almost you get caught in that vacuum of trying to find it again, and you just, it's almost like you need a timeout. Just, throw the flag and give me a timeout so I can just regroup and take a deep breath. And I think that's where Brandon's at right now. Good spare. Nice conversion on that washout.
Well, Mike, kind of in a situation when you think of team bowling, you go to the USBC Open Championships and your bowling team event, the pace of play is slower. But then you go to minors and there's only, two groups on your pair. And when you're not bowling good, the frames go by so fast you feel like you're up all the time. And it's hard to regroup when the pace of play is that fast when you're struggling.
Exactly right. And like I said, it's over before you know it.
Sometimes you just want a timeout.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just want to throw that flag and give me a timeout.
Trent Jarvis, after the front 5, leaves the 4-6-7 split.
John Bowerly back in the strike mode there on the right lane. Does Nick Squires, does he always throw it as hard as he throws?
Yeah, he's always been a firm two-hander.
Wow, I mean, I've never seen him throw it that hard two-handed.
But I think he doesn't normally throw it as hard. I think maybe that was his game plan was try to keep his angles in front of him.
Yeah.
So he was throwing a little firmer speed.
Gotcha.
To probably control the fronts would be my guess.
Yeah. John Bowerly, great shot, double.
Hey, he's
3 in a row spare double.
Do it for the seniors, right?
Yeah, yeah. John's a great player. Making great shots on this one for sure.
And Zach just can't. Ball is really reading early here for Zach, and he's through the face again. Fortunate to leave just a 3-6-10. But he has got to find the line to strike here pretty soon because he has some ground to make up here in this match. Through 5 frames, he's down 56. So, but as you know, Mike, a lot can change in one game.
I mean, it really can. Just shoot just a double, and your opponent opens, and it's all of a sudden, wow, it flips the whole script, you know. .316 conversion, Brandon Combs.
Well, right now, Ryan Schlosser has just a 2-pin lead over Jacob Young through 5. And he just left the 2-pin, so Ryan playing the extreme outside part of the lane. One of the few guys playing that far right. It's interesting, Mike. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
there,
you're good.
But Zach's having the exact opposite issues than what Brandon's having. Brandon can't get the ball to read and finish, where Zach can't keep the ball away from the head pin. He can't get it through the fronts. It's just kind of interesting how both players with similar games are having totally opposite issues.
Yeah, and Brandon, you know, it's like that one he took a little off, and it just looks so much cleaner, but he's got a handful, and he's so much ball speed.
All right, Trent Jarvis here, past champion of the Scratch Classic, I believe. Stepping up here in the 7th frame. Oh, where Zach leaves the 410, Trent trips the 410. It's like, hey, let me show you a brutal sport to play, and it's called bowling, right? You just
you can't count on anything, right? Yeah. The minute you do, you leave the other.
This game has you on a yo-yo string. There's so many ups and downs, highs and lows.
That's why you keep coming back, right?
What they say, it's like par in the 18th hole.
Yeah. You sign me up again, yeah.
Even though you bogeyed and double bogeyed the previous 17.
Yeah. Just give me another round. Sign me up.
Well, Trent makes up for that break there in the 7th and throws a beautiful shot in the 8th frame. You know, Trent's a very underrated player, very solid, doesn't get too nervous, and here he is making another deep run in one of these major events here in the state of Indiana.
How's David Hayes doing down there after he had that great finish against Kevin McCune?
Well, I'll go down and look.
All matches, once again, are elimination matches this round. Losers are out. John Bowerly leaving only the 2, it looks like, after opening last frame. Looks like Zach Tackett still throwing it well, he just can't seem to find the right angle. Move in and hangs a little bit and move out and it just wants to jump. And that's a similar reaction that looks like most of the bowlers are getting out there at times. We got the remaining bowlers in the winner's bracket. All 4 are now on 1 and 2, loosening up.
All right, Mike, I'm down here on 27 and 28, the Ryan Sidney, David Hayes match, and Ryan Sidney right now in control. He's up 16 through 5, but Ryan's got a strike in the 6th, working in the 7th frame here. He can take a 26-pin lead.
Sometimes you have those good finishes and it takes a little out of you. It takes a little time to get your game back, mentally at least. Was that a crossover?
That was a crossover. He said he wasn't going to play left of 10, and I'm thinking where he was standing at, I'm like, I'm not sure how he's going to do this. Well, but when you loft it a little bit extra.
Looked like he had a little extra loft to it from here.
Ball doesn't hook in the air.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know that because I don't loft it very often.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll tell you what, though, I've never seen so much ball speed in a tournament. I know I throw it slow, but goodness gracious.
Well, and I think to a degree, Mike, the pattern is dictating some of this.
Yeah, they're trying to take the lane out of it a little bit. Yep.
There's so much friction in spots where the bowlers sometimes don't want it. So your way to combat that is either one, to throw it in the air or throw it really hard, which I do neither.
I definitely don't.
And David trying to feather. He's still playing the same part of the lane, but there he just left a 2-10 split. What makes it so hard, Mike, if you're a little firm, the ball doesn't read.
Mm-hmm.
Then your adjustment is, okay, I'm going to stay where I'm at, throw it just a skosh softer, and then the ball reads too much. So that's where it gets really difficult for a player to really figure out what to do and where to play.
Yeah, typical moves don't work.
Oh, good attempt there. Just misses the 210. He opens in the 7th, and now he finds himself down 49.
Oh, how many frames to go?
Just 3.
Oh, wow. He's going to need help.
Well, Ryan Sidney is the only left-hander remaining in this field. Now, could that be an advantage later on? I don't know. Time will tell there. But first, he's got to get through this match here with David. And Trent Jarvis is going to knock out Zach Tackett. Really frustrating game for Zach. He just couldn't get the ball to get through the fronts. And then he tried to do a ball change, Mike, throws a great shot and leaves a blower 7-10, and Ryan Schlosser just chopped the 1-2 off the 4. 179 open frame. Now Jacob Young needs the first one here in the 10th to advance. Anything less than a strike for Jacob Young here, and Ryan Schlosser advances. And he doesn't. Ryan Schlosser will advance. Sometimes, you know, that's the nerve-wracking part when you make a mistake in the 10th, and then you just got to sit back and watch your opponent. That's where the stress level gets even higher.
Yeah, those are not fun. Looks like John Bowerly's going to advance. Brandon Combs will be eliminated.
Ryan Sidney with a really good shot there in the 8th. He strikes, and that's pretty well going to do this match in for David Hayes. The most he can shoot is 174, and I really don't see Ryan throwing 3 consecutive shots in the gutter, Mike. So the left.
I don't think so. Yep.
Own lefty will start in advance.
Well, we're eliminating 4 more bowlers this round. Round 5, getting ready to head to round 6, which we have the winners coming back in, which there are 4 of those left that haven't lost yet. And in this round, we'll have 2 elimination matches as well, so we'll lose 2 more bowlers coming up in round 6 after this round finishes. All the winners are done practicing down here on 1 and 2, and looks like they're all getting set and ready to see who's coming. They know who they're bowling against, so they've got all that. They'll just be ready to go. Here's John Bowerly coming down here after the win in round 5. He's on lanes 11 and 12.
Well, I'm going to, I know he's not going to like this, but I'm going to sneak in here with John. And John, you're the only senior guy left out here, and you're just plugging away here. What have you seen as you've progressed from pair to pair? Any differences, and how are you trying to attack this really tough pattern?
There's a lot of disparity pair to pair. Some hook more, some don't. Just getting matched up. I mean, towards the end, it's the tournament. It's hard to just change balls and to figure something out because every frame, every pin is important. So just trying to throw good shots early and read the lane and make adjustments from there.
Yeah, Mike and I were talking earlier in the broadcast that you want to fish, per se, by trying something different, and it's really hard to give up any pins when most of these matches are coming right down to the 10th frame.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And early on, that was the case for me, so I wasn't able to try something else, fish, and try a different ball. Now, the last couple matches, I got in a spot where I switched balls. In the middle of the game, I was like, I got to find something different. And it worked. It looks good now, so hopefully I can repeat shots and keep going.
Physically and mentally, how do you feel, and how difficult does it make this tournament?
Physically, I feel good. I mean, I feel like I'm throwing it good. Usually, the more games I bowl, the better I get towards the day goes on. So I really feel confident. I feel like I'm throwing the ball good. And I don't know when the next time I get a chance to bowl, so I want to keep going.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Mike, you know very well, a very underrated player. A lot of people don't know probably who he is outside of this state, but there is one talented player and really has a great chance, even as a senior player, to make a deep run here, and he is right now.
Yeah, John's one of the good ones on and off the lanes, and not only that, got a great record in the USBC Open Championships and touring player for a few years out there on tour when I was out there, and he's got the talent for sure.
Well, and right now we're really starting to trim the field down here as we progress through these rounds, and Ryan Sidney, David Hayes match finishing up, and Ryan Sidney's going to advance down there. And really, you're one match away from having a championship qualifier, right? Are we down to the champion or the winners bracket, or we got semifinal round right now?
We've got round 6 coming up. We've got 2 elimination matches, and we've got the 2 winners bracket.
All right,
so winners matches.
So we're
left.
down to 4 and 4 on each side.
Yep.
Only 8 players left. So what's going to happen now is these guys in that winners bracket, they're just 2 matches away from locking themselves in to the championship match. And really, you have a big advantage here because the loser has to beat you twice, and we've seen how that's gone the last few years where it's really difficult to beat someone 2 times.
Most definitely, it is hard to do that. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think we've seen it too often.
All righty, we're down to 8.
One thing nice, Mike, there's still a really good crowd in here watching. It's nice to see. It's just really a unique event from that standpoint. A lot of people coming by. Trent Jarvis, a local bowler here. He has quite a few fans here supporting him. Nick Squire's a local player too as well. Has had some fans here watching him. So it's really kind of cool to see some of the support here. And really what a great tournament this one is.
Well, and the matches are coming down to the wire so often here that it's fun to watch. Slight break here. Looks like everybody's kind of geared up. Everybody who's left is kind of down on the lanes and ready to go there. But we got a slight break here. Jeff Circle and his staff continue to do a wonderful job and run great events here in Indiana. We're so lucky to have them.
I know. We're down to 8. We got 4 left in the undefeated winners. We got 4 left in the 1-loss losers. Get those people to their lanes. As soon as you're there, you can begin your matches.
We've been given the blessing. Here we go. Round 6. Tournament director Jeff Circle given the go-ahead.
Like I'm down here interviewing on my program, you know. No break. I wish. All right, back in the booth with you, Mike.
Well, you must be tired down there.
Yeah. Oh, no, great shape. Round.
Says the man, yes.
Said Humpty Dumpty. Oh, yeah, you know what? It's I do enjoy that part of the event.
Oh, it's neat, yeah, I agree.
And, we'll try to get out there. We'll spend around here with you in the booth, and we'll try to get some conversations with some of the players as they exit, but really no surprise that Brandon Stocksdill is still alive in this tournament.
He's done nothing but make good shots.
I don't know where they're going to run into one another, but Clint Millian and Brandon Stocksdill, to me, are 2 of the players that look like they have a really good line to the pocket, and both of them with lots of power.
Looks like the 2 losers brackets are down here by us.
Yeah, I'm thinking about putting on a kind of cool.
It's a little chilly down here.
Yeah, the door must be going. We're not too far from the exit door here.
I think it's more air condition-ish, but I see fans.
Yeah, I just like, man, my hand's a little
The
cold.
bowlers are fine, I'm sure. It's just when you kind of just sit still.
Yeah. Well,
that's why you got up and running down there.
Move around.
Keep it moving.
It's definitely warmer when you go closer to the kitchen, that's for sure. And just as I said that, Clint comes in through the face. And I'm going to get a good look here at Trent Jarvis, his match in the losers bracket with John Bowerly, and then Clint Millian in his match. Trying to get an idea who he's bowling to. There's Jacob Sisk.
Lafayette product.
Yeah, he had one tough match down here against Brandon Coombs and just guts it out to get a win on 5 and 6.
And 6-1 there for Clint.
Yeah, he made a run at it, which in the first frame, you know, you probably got to shoot it, you know. But you lose some wood there.
Yeah, and he's taking on Jeffrey Mann. I was wondering who. I was like, thought Jeffrey was still left. Another Lafayette product.
Yeah, Jeffrey's one of those ones that he's got so much talent. It's hard to overlook him. But yeah, so far in this one, you know, he's made good shots and he just hasn't been in any of those real close matches. So he's kind of just keeps easing through it. First frame for Jeffrey Mann. Oh, trips a 4 for a strike.
Got to warm these
Start
hands.
A fire. Start a fire, yeah.
Need a heat warm, or need one of those, oh yeah.
That'll do it, the chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah, that's really going to do it for me. I can't believe Chad gave those up.
He's been giving them away over here.
Giving away to himself, right?
Just one. The other
Just
one he gave away.
All right.
Mr. Savage, your lane man got one. Your camera guy.
That was his payment.
Oh, okay, I got you.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah.
I was going to say, did you sign a receipt on that?
Well, Dave, you've been paid, man.
Hey, work for us and we'll pay you in cookies.
Cookie it is. It's great to find cheap labor. Well, at what point, Mike, do you try not to look too far ahead if you're in, especially if you're in that winner's bracket, because you can see this. Yeah.
You know, the first match you can't look at.
You start seeing this. You know, it's like running a marathon. You see that finish line a little bit closer and closer, and.
Well, it's tough not to, you know, with the little bit of breaks that the winner's bracket gets, you know, those games, and you're down there warming up. It's hard not to look at who's still down there with you. So
right.
Yeah, it's hard not to.
Ryan Schlosser and Ryan Sidney here on 7 and 8. These two they know each other quite well. Ryan down in the Evansville area. That's where Ryan is nearby as well. These two know each other.
Came a long way just to bowl somebody that you always bowl all the time, huh?
Yeah. That's no short trip.
No, it's not.
A lot of Ryan Sidney fans, Chad, in the chat. We appreciate you guys watching. I want to thank our sponsors once again here. The Brands of Brunswick, A1 Automotive, RT Tour Experience, Mike Aulby's Arrowhead Bowl, Tim Mack's Victory Lane Pro Shops, Pinheads Entertainment, and Big Four Socks. Want to thank you guys for being a sponsor, and we appreciate you watching with us all day today. And I'm sure those that are watching, they're probably checking out the U.S. Open telecast on Fox while leaving us on their computer, and we appreciate that. And maybe you got a big screen at home and you got a split screen and you're watching a little bit of both. We appreciate you hanging with us here. Savage Bowling TV bringing you the presentation of the Indiana Masters here from Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. Scott Gilmore, Mike Aulby, and Chad Lester in the broadcast booth. Want to thank Jeff Circle and all of his staff here at the Indiana USBC for once again putting on a fantastic tournament. The Indiana Masters never disappoints, and we're thrilled to be a part of it.
Clint Millian with another open. So he's strike open.
Well, there's the announcer jinx.
It happens.
It happens. Boy, doesn't it? Boy, look at Ryan Sidney with a little
nice
bit of
shot
loft.
Yeah, extra loft helps. It's just you got to be careful not to hit up on it when you do that, you know. And so far, he's been able to hang in there and do it right.
Well, one thing we know is we'll have a new Masters champion this year. No defending or past champion of this event is left. I believe Trent Jarvis is state victory is at the Indiana Scratch Classic. I'll have to double check that. They do have him listed as a past champion, but I'm not sure if that's this event or not. I will double check that, though. I'm going to check that right now. I'm going to look at the wall of champions in the tournament office.
Scott taking a pass out for a moment. He'll be right back. Once again, matches look pretty tight early. Looks like the match way down the way there is Brandon still, and he looks like he's got a string going there. Looks like it might be a turkey.
He won the Scratch Classic.
Yeah, do you get points for that? I already knew that. It just took me a while to get back here.
I got it out of the chat.
Oh. Yeah, that's cheating. Come on, Shannon. I have to give you my number so you can text me direct that information. But I thought so. Well, we got 2 Lafayette bowlers left, Jacob Sisk and Jeff Mann. We have 2 Evansville bowlers left. Trent Jarvis is from Anderson. Brandon Stogsdill, I believe, is from the Bloomington area, I think. Clint Millian is from the Columbus area. Ooh. Jeff Mann with a split there. Open frame. That's 2 opens and 3 frames. He's got all strikes and no spares. Neither one. He's fortunate that Clint is struggling too as well.
Clint's working on a strike here, though. He's got a chance to get back in that one. Oh, John Bauer with a blowout 7-10.
Yeah, that one, I don't. The 5-pin laid down kind of soft there. That ball
So
just
he had a little loft on that one, and
yeah, lost a lot of energy. I'm a little disappointed, fellas. I come back from walking all over the center, burning calories, and then where's our chicken strips?
I have absolutely nothing to do with that.
Well,
but you were the one that was he the one out there?
When you started this, I said, order chicken strips while you're down there, and you said okay.
Yeah, I think we can probably go back to the replay on that.
Well,
there it is.
Well,
Yeah,
by the time we get them, we'll be in the championship match, and we don't want to eat.
And we're gonna have greasy fingers,
Yeah.
and this will be a mess. Mike will have barbecue sauce all over his shirt.
Gosh, I've been eating since 8 o'clock this morning at McDonald's. Come on.
You went healthy.
We have cookies.
The healthy way, huh? What did I didn't. We had, the food here is phenomenal.
You had those wonderful
I had
those
that
breakfast bowl things. Oh my gosh,
delicious.
Yeah, looked great. Yeah, that's why I had to step away. I was getting hungry again.
Yeah. You burn a lot of calories doing this stuff.
You
lights,
do?
lights
You do? Is that what it is?
And the lights.
Let me count that on my step meter here. Hold on.
Oh. Matt Sanders chiming in. What was the pattern this year? I don't think they officially released it, did they, Chad? I didn't see any printout. But it's the one they've used before.
Yeah, and the one that's on there, it says 2022.
It's modified, I'm sure, at some point.
He modifies it a little bit every year.
Yeah.
So I'm sure if it was completely new, he would have changed it.
Man, if I didn't know any better, I would say it was a spray gun, but they got those new lane machines nowadays. Oh, Ryan City with that crossover for 3 in a row.
It's something that Matt could use urethane off the gutter.
And congratulations to Matt. He had a great week as well.
Yeah, he did.
Very well there at the U.S. Open.
Hunt.
Yeah, great job, Matt.
Well, he could have pulled a Kevin McCune and hopped over here and bowled the last squad. Come on, Matt. You're a young kid. He was probably like, my body's not going to allow that.
See that? I think Matt's at the point in his career where he's figured out that you're looking at what you want to do. Important wise, what's the latter part of it? Am I bowling next week? Am I doing that? Where am I at?
Well, Ryan Schlosser breaks the string of 9 spares with a strike in the 5th, and Doug Weedman chimed in and said Ryan Schlosser is originally from Munster, Indiana, and so he's hung out with the McCunes quite a bit.
Oh.
So he, there's some familiarity right there, some friendships built, and Ryan looking to double to get back in this match.
He's down 22, can cut it to 2 or 12 with the strike here in the 6th. And he's one of the few guys really playing up the lane and even with the reactive ball too as well.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be good, and then, boy, it just started to roll a little early, and off it went.
Trent Jarvis with the washout spare.
To hold the lead, yeah.
Yeah, clean.
Hold the lead against John Bowerly.
That's impressive. Come in here and Jeff Mann with a nice shot there with the strike. And Brandon Stockstill comes in a little heavy and leaves the 3-6-9 only. And another split for John Bowerly. And it's gone from bad to worse right now.
I was trying to make that ball get up in there the last 7-10. You know, that ball didn't quite get there, so. Ryan Sidney gets that break, tripping his 6.
Well, and
4 in a row.
Getting some text here. Says Brandon has moved to Seymour and bowls with Toby Lawson and those in Scottsburg. And appreciate the update there. I know people move around a little bit. I myself stay in one place. You know, that's one thing I hate doing is moving.
Yeah, you realize all the stuff that you have accumulated.
From years to years.
Yeah.
Especially when you're a collector.
Yes.
I got stuff. My wife's like, you really need that? You haven't seen it. And
well, yeah, you do. Come on.
It's in a closet. You don't even look at it. I'm like,
I was in there the other day putting more stuff in.
I had to move it
Yeah.
to make some more room, right?
Yeah.
All right, John with the spare there. And Ryan Sidney with his first blemish of the game in the 7th with a split, washout split. Now
got a 14-pin lead now. He came back a bit on it. Oh.
Big frame, couple of frames here for Ryan Schlosser in this match. He's clean through 6, but he's only got 1 strike.
Matt Sanders says he's getting old.
Okay, wait a minute.
Was that quality? Quality is greater than quantity.
You keep telling yourself that, Matt.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what old is yet.
Yeah, he doesn't know what old is.
And neither do you two. So
that's true.
Well, now,
what's
come
that
on
mean?
You baited me on that.
I know.
I am over 50, Mike.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm almost 51.
Well, good for you.
Well, you bowl that number of games, mentally and physically demanding, and it's tough. To want to get back out the next day and bowl more, right?
Keep telling yourself that.
Oh, Clint with a washout.
That's a tough match down there. We can't see the exact score, but between Jeffrey Mann and Clinton Million, my goodness gracious, that's a tough one.
Well, it looks like Jeffrey opened in the 7th there.
Yeah, nobody seems to want this one.
Well, it's got to be, is 13 and 14 just that much harder than, because these two players are in the winner's bracket.
Well, looking at next round, 5 and 6 didn't look very good.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how those players handle that.
There was 4 strikes between them, and 2 of them were Brooklyn.
Oof.
On 5 and 6. Same thing. It looked good, and then all of a sudden just takes off on that one.
Yep. Just a little more friction. Read a little bit early, and he needed a double right there to let Ryan Sidney. He was
not going away, but you know, if you're Clint and Jeff down there, you're just like, just let me survive.
Yeah.
Just trying to survive at some point, right? Oh, and Jeffrey splits.
4, 6, 7. Yep.
Well, and, you know, these 4 guys, they just want, you're one game away from at least having a chance to bowl for the championship. Now, here's the thing. If you're in the winner's bracket, you're pretty much in the finals of the loser's bracket if you're in the final match of the winners. So, you know, a lot at stake for these guys in this round.
Yeah, and if you're in the winner's bracket and you lose, you're right back to the next match quickly. And so it's almost where you need that timeout to make sure you got yourself reloaded.
Oh, double there for John Bauer. He's only down 30 pins, Mike. And another Brooklyn for Ryan Sidney. You know, that's the thing. Ryan's not trying to throw Brooklyns. He's trying to
keep it in play. I mean, you know.
Just shows you how hard it is. And he's the only lefty of the 8 players left.
Well, he's doing that thing where he's trying to loft it a little extra to take some of the lane out of it. And, you know, when you're lofting, it's so hard not to hit up on it. And that's going to cause you to cross over. Solid 7.
Oh, and he gets a break there.
Jeffrey Mann, yeah, the 4-pin.
Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to sneak down there and see what I can find out. You know why? Because I'm nosy.
It's going to cost you another cookie for Mr. Savage. Scott's going to go down and take a look on the matches. We can't see the exact scores, so we'll know what's going on here shortly.
Well, here's a quick update on the Clint and Jeff Mann match, Clint Million and Jeff Mann. And Jeff has 4 splits and 5 strikes. And he's got 116 in the 8th. Clint has 115 in the 8th, and now he's trying to shoot the 3-6. So,
wow.
And Jacob Sisk is going to shoot 2-0.
Wow.
And Brandon Stogsdill is at a 2-team pace here. So Jacob had a chance to strike there the second ball in the 10th and really put some pressure back on Brandon, but now Brandon just needs to keep the ball in play at this point, get a good pin count here, and lock himself in to the finals match or the winner's bracket. Well, John Bowerly's got a chance, Mike.
He can go off the sheet there and win by 3. He's got 2:04 left.
All you want is a chance.
That's all you want, yep.
Oh, great shot there from Clint. Sadly enough, he can strike out and force Jeff to double, and he's only going to shoot 160. Ooh, Brandon Stogsdill. Luckily, he doesn't need it. Well, let me check here. 6 split. That's going to be 190. He's got to make this, Mike.
John Bowerly with a great shot. That first ball in the 10th needs the next one.
Brandon Stogsdill just left the 3, 6, 7, 10, and he's got to make it to win his match. Now, this is a makeable split. Now back to Clint. big shot here. Oh, and he gets it. That forces Jeff to get the first one.
And the lane that Jeff's going to is not one he's real comfortable on, I don't believe.
He hasn't struck on it yet.
Yeah.
He struck one time on it in the first.
Oh.
And Jacob Sisk is going to advance to the finals of the winner's bracket, 203 to 198 over Brandon Stogsdill.
John Bowerly. A little soft. Got it in a little bit.
Well, that's going to end John's tournament, but a heck of a run once again. You know, and you're disappointed because it's so hard to get this far even.
Yeah.
So many matches have to be won, especially when you're coming out of that loser's bracket.
Yeah, and he had a chance in that one. Could have got that one in the 10th. He would have had a chance. But it looks like Ryan Sidney's going to move on as well. He's going to shoot 197 to 182 and advance.
Well, Clint Millian finishes with 162. And I believe the winners will get, I don't know for sure, do the winners get another bye, Mike? Do you know?
Yeah, we're going to round 7. It'll be 2 elimination matches, and that's it.
All right, Jeff Mann needing this one right here. It's the only match left. Needs the strike.
No.
Oh, and he misses it. And Clint Millian is going to shoot 162 and advance.
In the winner's bracket this late in the tournament. Amazing. Amazing.
Boy, and he threw the 2 in the 10th, Mike, to get it.
Yeah, oh, he earned it for sure.
And Jeffrey, 1 strike on this right lane. The rest splits. That's his first spare of the match.
Yeah,
And
that's not a give. That win's not a gimme by any chance. Now the thing now is we got the 2 matches in round 7 coming up. To both elimination matches, we'll lose 2 more bowlers, but one of those matches is on 5 and 6, which we saw the lowest scoring almost until that match, the lowest scoring match we've seen.
yeah, and you know, it's just a testament. This game right here, this match between Clint and Jeff, is just all about surviving and advancing. It's not a beauty contest, and if that was the case, I would have never won a match in my life. But you know, you just get on pairs, Mike, that are so tricky and tough. It's just, all right, can I throw something to give me a spare?
Yeah.
And Jeff there, 1, 2, 3, 4 splits, didn't give himself enough opportunities to throw spares, and that's the difference in the match.
Well, and this is where Jeff loses that one, and you've got to find a way to regroup real fast and just move on and let that one go, because you know you're this late in the tournament, and you know there's not much left anyway, so just settle down and get back in it. John Bowerly, what a great run for him. Great job, John.
So we got Ryan Sidney, Brandon Stogsdill, Jeff Mann, and I'm not sure who our 4th in the losers bracket is.
Ryan Sidney, did you get him?
Yes. Jeff Mann, Brandon Stogsdill. Is it Trent Jarvis, I think?
Yes.
Trent Jarvis
Correct.
is
He beat
still
John.
left. Yeah. That's our 4 in the losers bracket. Well, I will say these guys have been in there since, you know, if they went loser in their first round match, and those I'm curious to know how many of those might still be left, how quickly they lost, because you're talking about a lot of stress and a lot of games, and it becomes tougher and tougher as we get closer and closer to the finals here.
Okay, we're down to 6. We have 2 left. In the winner's bracket, they have a bye this round. We have 4 left in the elimination bracket that have 1 loss. Once those 2 matches get to their lanes, they can begin. Good luck.
So we're on 5 and 6. What other pairs are we using?
5 and 6 and 13 and 14 this round. Next round, it's 11 and 12, 15 and 16. That's going to be your winner's bracket final next round, and another elimination match.
Boy, how excited.
Getting down to nitty gritty.
How excited do Brandon Stogsdill and Ryan Sidney have to be after watching the 162 to 156, 155 match there right in front of them?
Right.
All right. Well, we got both games are on our TV pairs. Well, I'll head back to the booth, guys. Actually, guys, I'm going to sneak in here with Clint. And Clint, million here. If there was ever a better example of survive and advance, you just showed proof of that.
That pair was just absolutely a grind. You had nothing. I mean, you missed right, the ball wiggled down lane, you missed in, and it was gone. I didn't have a good look. Jeff didn't have a good look. I made a big 5-count spare. I mean, which if you can count that, but and I just kind of held on there. Made a ball change in the 10th, went to the new purple reactive, and had 2 in the 10th and put a little pressure on him to see what happened.
Yeah, what 2 clutch shots there, because as you know, it is so hard to strike. And that right there forced Jeff to get the first one, and he was on a lane that he hadn't had much success on until, he struck on the first frame and everything else was a split. So what was going through your mind there, just trying to grind out this win and knowing how close you are to the finals of the winner's bracket?
Yeah, it was just at the point, when you get into that spot, you're trying to keep the ball in front of you and trying to not leak anything right where you get like what we had been getting, the 6 counts and 5 counts and stuff. So I made a ball change to get something a little cleaner through the heads, and then it still had a little bit of pop in the back. And luckily I got a couple breaks there in the 10th, make some pretty good shots, and then we had the win.
How much do you practice now you get a bye? Are you getting – I mean, I know you're in great bowling shape, but how tired do you get? Do you just feel like I just need to throw a couple of shots to keep the wrist loose, or are you just going to say, no, I'm just going to take a break?
Well, actually coming off a back injury like 2 weeks ago, so I'll probably throw a few shots just to keep my body loose or whatever, and that's probably much it.
All right, good luck.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, one more match for Clint, and he could find himself in the championship match here at the Indiana Masters.
Great run so far for sure. And we were talking about how tough lanes 5 and 6 was. Jeffrey Mann comes down here and flushes the first one on lane 5. So, you just never know. Sydney still lofting that ball down there, but comes out clean the first 2 frames.
Yeah.
It's a good maneuver if you can do it, and he's doing it so far. Jeffrey Mann coming up now on lane 6. See what lane 6 does for him. Brandon Stogg still comes back with a strike there. Jeffrey Mann flush again. 2 great shots to come out. Powerful shot. Brandon Stogg comes up with a double. He seems to have settled back in after a tough loss the last one in the winner's bracket. Jeffrey Mann for 3 in a row. Boy, both of our losers not coming out of that winner's bracket have settled back down and locked back in. Ryan Sidney, good ball speed, just coming up a little light there. 3-9. Interesting spare today. Oh, big break. On lane 6 there, knocking that 2 out of there.
Hey. All right. I was told to keep walking, but now I'm going to stop. A little local celebrity back here watching. I'm here with Shelby New. People around Anderson know who she is. And
well, not just Anderson, come on.
Yeah, everybody. Everybody knows who Shelby is in the state of Indiana.
She's lucky that Savage isn't over here with the camera in her face.
Yeah, I didn't see Dave.
He's down
so
there.
He's over here.
So I thought I'm going to be
Here he
nice.
comes.
Uh-oh. And he's coming down to put her on camera.
Oh, we're mean.
Okay. Now, I heard, a little rumor, I heard that you carried Dylan last, Friday night in the sweeper to a win. Did you try your luck at qualifying here this weekend?
I did. Dylan definitely did all the work Friday. I put in my effort and we made it, so that's all that matters. I did try qualifying for squad yesterday. Execution was not very there. My first shot kept it near the pocket like I wanted to do. Spares, not so much. So spare execution did not go my way yesterday.
Well, we're only a few weeks away from the Queens. Have you circled that on your calendar?
I have, for sure. Definitely need to come in here and grind it out and put some work in the next month to get prepared.
For you, as much success as you had bowling in that event and this being in your kind of home center, do you ever get anxious when this time rolls around? You're like, because you've had so much success in that tournament, and everybody always considers you one of the favorites every year.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely kind of think puts a target on my back sometimes, just because I have done well. It is in my home center. I like it because it's close to home, but then again, I wish we kind of moved around to give it a little challenge, see how it is out there. But it's always fun. I always look forward to it. Get to see everybody. The competition's always great and makes me work hard every year. So.
All right, we look forward to seeing you on March 4th.
Thank you. See you guys there.
All right, Shelby New, always a favorite here in this bowling center, not only because this is her home center, but she's one talented female bowler.
Great shot maker. Great shot maker. Match down here, Jeffrey Mann leaving a washout, but picking it up, so staying clean after starting with 3 in a row. A little softer on that one, leaving the 3, 6, 9, 10. Brandon Stogsdill comes out spare 4-bagger, so he's taking command down there against Ryan Sidney. This is elimination, 2 elimination matches. We're going to lose 2 more bowlers and be down to, looks like 4 after this round. This is round 7 of the Indiana State Masters. Thanks again, championship lanes here. David Small, wonderful center for hosting again, thank you. And to his general manager, Angie Culp, thank you very much. Great center, great tournament as usual. Jeff Circle and the USBC committee there, thank you so much for all you guys do. Jeffrey Mann opening in the 5th. Still holding his lead by 4 pins.
All right, Mike. I'm working my way back behind the scenes here at the Indiana Masters. We don't get inside the tournament office too much, but we kind of wanted to showcase everything that goes on here at the Masters and how much work and effort is involved. But here is the association manager of the Indiana State USBC, Brian Nunning. And Brian, it's been a pleasure to bring all of these events on TV here with Savage Bowling TV, and I know you're a big part of it. And I know the more we can broadcast these things, the more excited you guys are. And let's talk a little bit about the award that you guys have won through the National USBC and what we've done here with all of these live stream events.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I appreciate that. Last year we were at the National Convention, and the Indiana State USBC was surprised with the National Excellence Award. It was presented to our state for a lot of the things we do in our board of directors. They do a lot of great things. They strategic plan. We do a lot of the activities that USBC likes to see local associations do or state associations do. And it was mentioned to us that this live streaming was a big piece of us winning that award and just stepping out, doing new things like this. So we really appreciate our partner with you, Scott, and Savage Bowling TV. You know, example of that's this weekend with you guys, just really working really hard Friday night, doing everything you could, getting us all done Saturday, and getting us on live today after having some rough starts to the weekend and some malfunctions. So speaks credits to the group and the team here. We really appreciate it.
You know, let's talk about, you know, there's not only scratch singles events that you guys run. Let's talk a little bit more, too, about some of the other events, the USBC Open Championships, the mixed tournament. We also have the women's. You know, let's talk about, too, how can they get involved? How can you put entries in, and where should they go to find out more information?
Yeah, sure. So check out our website at indianastateusbc.org. All of our tournaments are on there, applications. You can get a hold of all of our tournament managers. We do provide quite a few events throughout the year. Obviously, our premier scratch events that we live stream, but our open championships as well. So we have the mixed championship, the open, the women's, the seniors, our youth. We have the Pepsi championship. You know, here coming, we're getting ready to start in 2 weekends with the open and the youth. We're pretty busy from February through May. There's a few of those weekends where we've got 5 tournaments going on around the state of Indiana in 5 different cities.
So where can they go to find out more? And I know we're always trying to find more bowlers, more teams to participate. Where can they go to get some more information?
You can check out our Facebook page. You can check out our website, again, indianastateusbc.org. We have all the tournament information on there and links and access to email and phone numbers to all of our tournament managers. So check that out. Feel free to contact me as well if you need to. My information's on the website.
You know, guys, there's so much more that goes on behind the scenes. We see all this action out here on the lanes. But these guys are really the nuts and bolts, per se, of what goes on here at these events. And without their help, we don't have the opportunity to bowl at a high level here in the state of Indiana. So we want to thank those guys. Back to you, Mike.
Thanks, Scott. And yeah, congratulations to the wonderful award that they received. Well-deserved. And, you know, that's a lot. 49 other states wish they had that deal, and they didn't. And Indiana came through. So congratulations to Brian and everyone at USBC. Well, we're out here with some elimination matches still going on. Jeffrey Mann's come back with another double, and he's in command of his match at this point. Brandon Stockstill, my goodness, he had a spare 5-bagger and then left a brutal 10-pin, picked it up, and has a commanding lead against Ryan Sidney. Just the 2 matches going on currently, both elimination matches. After this match, we'll be going to round 8. And there's only 4 bowlers left. There's Brandon back on the strike. Down there, Brandon Stockstill, great shot. Looks like our 2 participants left in the winner's bracket down there. Clint Million, Jacob Sisk are warming up, getting ready for their match to see who's going to be the leader of the Indiana State Masters. That's a big match, because if you win that one, then they've got to beat you twice. So that's one of the big matches. Not only that, you get another break.
Well, yeah, you want to win the winner's bracket. You don't want to have to bowl.
No, it's
beat
all in your control.
twice.
Yeah, all in your control after that. If you win that winner's bracket. Jeffrey Mann up on a double.
Yeah, we saw Jacob Sisk on this pair. He just was playing deep like that, but
Yeah.
he couldn't control his
well,
ball.
what we see, we saw 4 strikes, and 2 of them were Brooklyn. Total between the 2 guys, and Jeffrey Mann's got 6 out of 8.
Yeah. Everybody has different roles. So.
Yeah. Yep. Brandon Stocksville comes through with a. Looks like he getting another spare. Ryan Sidney on 3 in a row, though. He's going to make a run out of here. He's got 2:36 left. And Brandon's on 2:30 pace. So he can make a match of it here. Ryan Sidney for 4. 4 in a row. First ball in the 10th. Goes Brooklyn, leaves the 4. 2-teen, that about does it for Ryan. Looks like Brandon's just going to have to keep it on the lane down there. And Jeffrey Mann's he's shooting in the 220s with the 10th frame left, and 191 is all we have left here on lane 6. No. Ryan Sidney, 214. Great tournament, great run for Ryan.
So it looks like on 11 and 12 will be our winners bracket final, and 15 and 16 will be another elimination match. The round after that will be our elimination bracket final, and then we'll have a championship match right after that.
I'll tell you what, the
We're almost to the
four
end.
we have left, anybody can win it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nobody right now that's just dominating
Nope.
like we've seen in previous years.
But the 4 left are definitely, at least 3 of the 4 are definitely have been lined up the most of anybody.
That's right.
All day, except for maybe Kevin McCune getting knocked out a little earlier.
Well, that's going to end Ryan Sidney's day, unfortunately for him, as Brandon. It's amazing how things change from pair to pair, guys.
Yeah.
You get on some good pairs, and you feel like you really got to get a lot of pins. And these guys that are this deep into the tournament, when they've hit a good pair, they've taken full advantage of it. How's the Trent Jarvis Jeffrey Mann match shaping up? I'm not
over.
Well, it looks like Jeffrey is going to win this easily. Actually, it's been over for a couple frames, so Jeff Mann's going to move on. He'll go down to lanes 15 and 16.
All right, I know I always hate doing this after they're coming off of a loss, but, this guy's had a ton of success. He bowls in this center, and past champion of the Indiana Scratch Classic. Trent, man, it seems like every time we come to the Masters or the Scratch Classic, here comes Trent Jarvis out of nowhere making another deep run. I know you're extremely disappointed in your current loss, but man, you have to be ecstatic with how deep you've made it.
Yeah, I was, especially after losing early on. Couldn't carry enough Brooklyn there at the end. I was trying to play you and Mike's line, but overall, hopefully this guy brings it home. So.
Well, it's a testament to you as a player of being able to just grind your way. You're what I call a steady Eddie. There's no highs, there's no lows. Do you feel like that's part of your success here? And obviously making shots is another great attribute to your game.
I like grinding them out. I don't like to have a strike fest, so I know if I can keep it close and put some pressure on them, I'm tough to beat. So today I got worn out. I'm a little worn out. So.
Well, I mean, how many opportunities do you get to come out here and bowl 8, 9, 10, 12 games with brutal patterns, right?
Not very often, not at all. So I'm happy with my performance. Hopefully Jeffrey wins it all and brings it home.
All right, another great tournament, guys, for local star Trent Jarvis. Trent,
thank you.
Thanks a lot. Guys, back to you.
All right, that completes round 7. Waiting for Tournament Director Jeff Circle to give us the okay for round 8, which is the winner's bracket and the last elimination bracket. Not the last elimination bracket, but we'll eliminate one more and be down to 3 after this round. Round 8. Looks like we're going to be bowling on the winner's bracket. It's going to be 11 and 12, and 15 and 16 will be the elimination bracket.
Alrighty, we're down to the final 4. We have 2 bowlers that have not lost yet. They will be contesting the match on 11 and 12, and that is Clint Milligan and Jacob Sisk. And we have 2 bowlers that have lost 1 time. They will be contesting their match, and that is Jeffrey Mann and Brandon Stockstill. So, bowlers to your lanes, and good luck.
All right, sorry I was pointing to Chad. Hey, turn us up, turn us up. He's doing so much over here. I don't want to give him a hard time because, you know, he's got moving cameras and fixing things and, you know, he needs another set of arms, you know, to help us out. Scott Gilmore, PBA Hall of Famer, Indiana legend, super collector. What else do we want to add? Mike Aulby right here in the broadcast booth.
Glad to be here, Mike. How's that? Glad to be here.
Yeah, and we're down to our final 4 guys. We have our finals of our winners bracket, and now we have a losers bracket match as well. We're not to the finals of the losers bracket. That'll be determined whoever unfortunately loses in the winners bracket, and they'll face the winner of the Jeff Mann, Brandon Stockstill match. So, but down to 4 here at the Indiana Masters, and we thank you for watching. And Mike, it's been so dramatic and so exciting here. So many matches coming down to the last frame.
Yeah, I would say it's probably 90% come down to the last frame. And, you know, the 4, you can't not say any one of the 4 shouldn't be there. You know, I mean, it's just 3 of the 4 have been lined up all day. And you know, Jacob Sisk has been close all day. So, yeah, anybody can win this no matter what. It's going to be tough to defeat whoever wins this winner's bracket match twice. But any one of them could do it, I think.
Yeah, we can't forget our sponsors who've made this possible. Big 4 Socks, Mike Aulby's Arrowhead Bowl. We have Tim Mack's Victory Lane Pro Shop, A1 Automotive, RT Tour Experience, Pinheads Entertainment, and also don't want to forget the Brands of Brunswick. I want to thank Mike Dole and everyone at Brunswick for jumping on board this year to be a part of all of the events the Indiana USBC puts on. And we learned a little bit more about those from Brian Nunning, the association manager.
Yeah, great interviews. Brian Nunning and the whole USBC group from here in Indiana. They won that big award, and they well deserved it. And it's great to give them a little airtime, but they're always back there working. So it's behind the scenes that all this happens.
Yeah, and I kind of wanted to show, you know, what I call the nuts and bolts of everything. They're the ones that kind of hold everything together. They're the ones that, you know, okay, we have to put the finances out there to make this happen. Obviously, Chad and I need to be nice to them because they write the checks to us, right? but you know, they need some. A lot of the bowlers in the state of Indiana don't know who puts a lot of these things on. It's not necessarily just the scratch tournaments, but it's also all of the other events, the USBC Opens, the mixed state, you know, the women's state, the youth state.
Youth state, yeah.
You know, there's so many events, senior state.
It's
Which
why everybody
I know
can
all about
participate.
that now.
Yeah. But yeah, no, there's a lot of work they do, and you know, it doesn't happen without them, and and they don't get paid. It's a volunteer deal. It's a volunteer gig, and it's greatly appreciated. And
hey, lunch is served.
Angie has come through again.
Yeah, you know, you guys gave me a hard time, and I put an order in.
Looks like 2 orders.
Well, I did, because I know you said you were really hungry.
Can we get the take a break here? Can they? Can
yeah. Now I'm going to ask Angie to call the match.
Yeah.
So we can eat, right?
Yeah. Get Jeff out here.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. All right. Let's get back to bowling here as we're down. I mean, it's not too far in the distant future here. We're going to find out who's going to win this Indiana Masters here.
Well, Brandon Stocksdale's still down there throwing head pins at the 10. My goodness. I mean, just
So
powerful
impressive.
strikes.
Yeah.
Powerful strikes.
Jeff Mann realizes now I'm going to have to shoot 220 or better.
Well, he's on a strike to start out, so he started out right. Good shot by Clint Million here.
Well, Dave's back at work. I tell you, we've had a lot of compliments on the remote camera feature, and it's really cool to be able to go around and show who we're talking to, not only listening but showing, and it's been a lot of fun from that standpoint. Even got to get in front of Shelby New, which drove her crazy, but
you got her to go for it first, and then you brought the camera in. Yeah.
Right.
This is just the beginning with that. I mean, there's so much we can do.
Very
using
nice.
that.
Yeah, it's a great addition.
Well, I appreciate Dave Savage hanging out with us and manning the remote camera, and he's down and around trying to get some different views, and we'll show you some of those. He's going to hang out with us the rest of the day, too, so we'll get some great angles on the finals as well, as Jeff just missed a 10-pin there. Split screen here, we got the Clint Million and Jacob Sisk winners bracket match, and we have the Jeff Mann and Brandon Stocksdale losers bracket match. Yeah, Ryan. Hey, let's get a quick word here, Brian. Ryan, get in here now. And Ryan Sidney, you had a lot of fans out here. Matter of fact, Mr. Zach Collier being one of them, Yeah, so.
Our teammate.
Yeah, our teammate on Wednesday nights. And Ryan, I tell you, you were the lone lefty, and that says a lot about your game. And you said you weren't going to get left of 10, and I thought as you're standing, it looked like left of 10 on the approach. I'm like, well, how is he going to do this? And then I quickly saw you a little loft and throwing it pretty hard.
Had to, yeah. Oh, yeah, I had to. Anything left of 10 was out of bounds, minus that last Perry bowled on. That's what I told Slaucer. I said, probably going to get a couple Brooklyns today, because that ball ain't touching outside of 10.
Well, I mean, God, you bowled well all day today. And, I'm sure you're disappointed in, not winning because we're here to win. But it's hard to get as far as you made it.
Yeah, honestly, I've been reading a lot of books on the mental stuff. Like I said, I've been focused on mental, trying to get that down. So I am proud of myself for making it, considering I made it this far.
Yeah, great bowling today. Great moves, getting a little bit extra loft to keep it in play. And, yeah, I think that got you some extra rounds out of that.
Yeah.
And,
Thank you,
yeah,
guys.
bowled very well. Congratulations.
Appreciate everything you guys do for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, good luck. Safe drive back. You got a long one, don't you?
Yeah, I got to pick up my kiddo and head on, so it's worth it.
All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
it's good to see you, Ryan. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, Ryan Sidney, everyone. The lone lefty. And that says a lot to how good of a player he is when,
Well, he made some moves. That when to go to that loft, that takes a lot to do that and do it well. So he put himself in position to make some extra money, but, he could have kept going. He was close.
We got somebody saying here, Toasty Toast, you better rig it for McCutcheon next week, Mike. I don't know if they're talking to you or who, but.
Well, we have two Lafayette teams in state.
Yeah.
Both from Mike Centers.
Yeah.
And
Harrison and McCutcheon, yeah. Very fortunate.
They've had great seasons.
Yeah, they really have.
What do you think? Mike's got pole in the state?
Yeah, I'm going to be in California, so I apologize. Yeah, I've got nothing to do with it. Which maybe, hey.
Yeah. Maybe you got a better chance now, right?
And then, some of the kids are employees too, so it's like, okay.
Well, you're looking in here.
A bunch of good kids on all those teams, though.
With Jacob Sisk, a player that's from Lafayette. Boy.
And that is, there was a foul. Jacob Sisk fouled in the third frame and got 5.
Oh, wow.
I was trying to figure out how he got 5, and then I saw the
yeah,
foul.
Some of these screens are hard for us to
Yeah.
see. We got a lot of lights in front of us. But, you get behind some of these approaches and behind the bowling set here, it's kind of dark, so kind of nice. We'll turn some of these lights and try to light up maybe a little bit of the concourse area. or not concourse, but bowlers area here. Nice center, wonderful food, and great host here. Dave Small and Angie Collop here at Championship Lanes do a wonderful job hosting this event every year. We'll be back in a few weeks for the Queens on March 4th. But before we do that, we'll be in Indianapolis next week for the Indiana High School State Finals. We'll bring you the singles and team for both men and women. So a lot of great bowling coming up here on Savage Bowling TV. And Clint Millions, another one's been throwing pins everywhere, Mike.
Yeah, and I think he feels there's a little bit of an opening. Jacob Sisk gave him an opening. He's going to try to get a quick double here and put some distance between them.
Well, Jacob Sisk is trying to do something probably not many have done, and that's win your local association masters last week.
Yeah.
And then comes in here and he finds himself one game away from being in the title match, and you know how important it is to be that undefeated player. Because then the loser has to beat you twice. And boy, that's awful hard to do.
Hard to do.
Jeff Mann coming in, crossing the head pin. He had a strike working, I believe.
Yeah, he did. Yep.
Looks like he's got a little early lead over Brandon here. Do I dare try to eat one of these things?
Go right ahead. You go right ahead.
I'm not sure how you do it.
Oh, Clint Million with a big split.
A little bit at a time. And they're not very hot, so, you know, some of these tend to be too hot. And you're like, oh.
Well, you would know Chad's over been here.
I had
He's so
one.
lucky. He's now look. All of our buttons are going to have to be cleaned after he's.
Oh, I've smacked his hands a couple times.
I've been using a napkin.
I smacked his hands a couple times.
Yeah, I started to grab for it.
And to think there's
even though I knew he was kidding too, and I still jumped.
I know.
Is that what he thought I was kidding?
Well, you know.
Well, you got to have fun. You got to enjoy yourself, right?
We're here an awful long time. And what we've been through this weekend, I'm going to laugh as much as possible. Oh,
my.
That is a big mistake.
Well, you know, it kind of neutralizes the frame that Jacob Sisk had with the foul and 5. So there's a 6 and miss. So that that neutralizes that. That takes away a lot of your advantage you just got.
And 2 meant 4 there.
Yeah. Well, and that especially, it's even worse. Yeah.
I mean, that's a 4-pin miss.
It's there's a lot of pressure out there. They're the last 2 in the winners, and you know if you can win this match, it's going to be difficult for somebody to take it away from you in the title matches. So.
Well, I'll tell you how hard it is. The 4 second-place finishes, I came out of the losers bracket. I lost 3 times or twice. I lost the finals of the winners bracket, and it's really hard to. You have to bowl perfectly early. All right, thanks, John.
Great
John Bowerly.
John Bowerly, yeah. Great tournament for John. Bowled really well. Great guy. Great guy.
He tried to do it for the Ernie Schlegels, one for the old guy, right?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I mean, he did. I wouldn't use the Ernie Schlegel one.
Well, there's a lot of Ernie Schlegel references here today.
There really is, yeah. And Ernie's a good friend. I like Ernie. He worked for him with the contour power grips and all that. But, you know, it's just people are different when the heat's on and they're on the lanes. You know, just off the lanes, they're totally different people. But
well, and you know, unfortunately, bowlers with Ernie Schlegel's rev rate in today's world would never survive now, unfortunately.
Well, you know, Ernie was back when he was an action bowler. I mean, he learned that hard and straight thing and he would stick to it. I mean, you talk about having to split boards, and he split them.
Spare there for.
Yeah, Ernie was one of the great shot makers, really. I mean, it just, he came down to a lot of I mean, he almost won the PBA National against Earl and just a lot of those tournaments. And he won the 96 Masters. I was like, thought about again, which was good.
Cameron Clark just tuning in. Yes, this is the final 4 bowlers left of the tournament. And Ashley, there is nothing wrong with old guys because I'm one of them now. So.
Oh, here we go again.
That's a great compliment.
He's old again. Look out.
That's a great compliment to all 3 of us.
Oh, goodness. Come on.
Honestly,
great break,
Jacob. At what point are you really even considered old, right?
It's
You could be
all in the
considered old when
mind.
you're 10.
It's all in the mind.
It's what do they say? You're only as old as you feel.
That's
Or as young as you
it's
feel. It depends
comparative.
how you look at it. Half full.
That's a half full, half.
Yeah.
Which one are you, Jeff? Or Mike? Which one are you? Are
It
you
depends
half
what.
empty
It
or
depends
half full?
what day.
Mondays you're half full.
Yeah.
Actually, it'd be half empty on a Monday,
Probably-
wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm probably using too many cliches that I don't even know what mean.
Okay. All right, Brandon Stockstill now. So hard to see. I wish we could
He's
see the scores
he's
a
shooting
little
the
better.
3.610. Brandon is.
Oh, and he chopped three right off.
And every time you look up, Jeffrey Mann's on a strike again. So he keeps trying to get there to give him some distance, but you know.
Oh, great shot there from Clint. After the open frame, he comes back with the strike. And he actually is up 4 pins, I believe. No, 8 pins. He can take an 18-pin lead with a strike here in the 7th.
And they're both working on a strike, so big shot, Jeffrey Mann, working on a strike.
Oh, he comes in high. Looks like he's fortunate
They're
just
both
to leave the 3 pin.
they're both having trouble with that pair. Oh, good loft. Good shot.
Great shot there from Clint.
Got that good speed, good loft, and boy, that ball hit perfectly. That 6 slapped that 10. Great shot.
Now puts the pressure right back on Jacob Sisk, working on a strike in the 6th frame. He's trailing by 18. Can cut that deficit to 8 with a strike here in the 7th. Again, want to thank you for watching the Indiana Masters here on Savage Bowling TV. Scott Gilmore, Mike Aulby, Chad Lester, all here bringing you the action. And
wow, beautiful shot by Jacob Sisk.
what a comeback there.
That was a great shot.
Want to thank our sponsors once again, Big 4 Socks, Tim Mack's Victory Lane Pro Shops, Pinheads Entertainment, A1 Automotive, Mike Aulby's Arrowhead Bowl, RT Tour Experience, and the Brands of Brunswick. Excited to have Brunswick on board this year with all of the Indiana State USBC events.
This one to bring him even or ahead by a little here.
This would
Jacob
give him,
Sisk.
yeah, this would give him a 2-pin lead, Mike, if he strikes right here. Comes in light.
Boy, it looks like I had a chance. I just didn't quite. Another 6 inches starting a little earlier, and boy, they had it.
2-4-8.
It's such a fine line today, whether it's 7 that way or 7 with a big split.
Well, Brandon Stockstill struck. He's got strike, spare, strike right now, or excuse me, that's Jeff. And he's coming off an open frame with the strike after he chopped the 3-pin off the 3-6-10. So
Seems like Jeffrey's had a couple of those where he was hitting in one lane every time and not the other.
well, this is the point. You're probably nerves are starting to set in a little bit because you can just see how
you know
close
what it means.
you are.
Yeah, you know what it means.
And this is where I tried not to think about that, but it's so hard to keep it out from creeping in your mind. Good spare there on a tough one.
Oh.
Comes in light and another split.
210.
And
oh,
another
gave
open
it a run
frame.
at it.
Yeah.
Gave it a run at it. Clint clicks out that 9, late 9-pin, good shot. 3 in a row, extends his lead. That was a great shot. Good break too, though. It should have fell the first time, but took a little extra action on that 9. Jeffrey Mann with a flush shot there. Beautiful ball. That gives him a double. It's funny, a couple frames to go here. It looks like it's getting clearer in the picture, but one shot can turn both these matches around. That's inside. Yep. Good break for Clint. Breaks that 10 down, leaving just a 3.
Dave Hurd just sent me a text. You know Dave.
I do.
Said there's a, I guess they had a 50-plus regional at Crawfordsville.
He was doing well, I know, at one point.
Knowlton and Coleman, and the winner will face Barnes, the number 2 seed, and Bone is the leader. So that's your or top 4 of the Crawfordsville PBA 50-plus regional. And Chris Barnes and Parker Bone, who bowled a lot of games at the U.S. Open.
With their kids.
Yeah.
With their kids. Both,
pretty exciting.
Both the Bone boys and one of the Barnes sons.
All right, I'm not going to wait anymore.
And you listen to both of those guys talk, and it's you can just hear it in their voice how proud of
Oh,
they are.
gosh, they should
those
be.
Kids.
Yeah, they should be. And Parker's daughter is a good bowler as well.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Has done well in junior gold already. She's made at least one of the shows, I know. Good shot. Jacob Sis, solid 10.
Boy, that would have been a nice one for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, he needed that 9th to set it up.
Clint, after falling behind, had that 3-bagger there. He's got 161 in the 8th. And that's going to give him at least a 15, 16-pin lead over Jacob here, working into the 10th frame. So
yeah, Jacob's going to need to spare this and at least get a double and really good count to force a mark there.
And that's no given.
No, it is not. At the 10. Now needs the strikes.
all right, now, well, he's got 140 in, so he can shoot 190, and he's going to need all of them.
Yep. And then some help, but gives himself a chance if he can do it.
Looks like Jeffrey Mann is in full control in his match.
Oh, big shot. Trip 4, that's a big shot.
Well, as we know, there's...
That still gives him a chance there, even with that. But he's need a lot
mark
of help.
is no given.
No.
This one is really has to have this one to really give himself a good chance here.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he doesn't get it, 180, and you're really, Clint's just got to basically keep it on the lane.
Yeah.
And Jeff Mann's going to advance. Good run there from Brandon Stogsdill.
He bowled really well all day, Brandon did, for sure.
Fine showing.
No, didn't get it.
Well, and that's going to probably, not probably, that's going to do it in this game for Jacob Sis. The lucky thing for him, that's his first loss.
That's his first one. He's got another one left.
So it's going to be Jeff Mann against Jacob Sisk in the finals of the losers bracket. We're down to our final 3. Clint Million from the Columbus area finds himself undefeated in the championship match. And undefeated winners have had a pretty good string of wins here, titles at the Indiana Masters. I think Kevin McCune was the last one to come out of the losers bracket to win and defeat his opponent twice. But, boy, you look at the previous 3 or 4 winners, and they've all been undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can you get a commercial set ready? All right, we're going to step aside here and bring you some sponsorship commercials, and we'll get you back here for the finals of the losers bracket here at the Indiana Masters here on Savage Bowling TV.
Pinheads Entertainment Center has it all. A modern-style bowling alley with 2 private bowling suites. Alley's Ale House serves up a chef-crafted menu daily, featuring signature handcrafted cocktails and over 30 draft options. The arcade at Pinheads offers 90-plus games, including old-school games, golden tee, and virtual reality with top-tier prizes. Host large events or meetings in the multifunction banquet room that can accommodate up to 80 guests. Visit, call, or reserve online today. Off State Road 37 next to Honda of Fishers. Keep your vehicle running like new. Stop by A1 Automotive to get an honest rundown of what your vehicle needs or doesn't need. It's all part of their no-pressure, no-upsell environment. Find them online at a1cardoctors.com or stop in today right off Coliseum.
All right, here we go. Finals of the losers bracket. 2 Lafayette kids bowling head-to-head, Jacob Sisk and Jeff Mann. And Jacob Sisk bowled for Calumet St. Joe's and up in Calumet collegiately, and Jeff Mann bowled for Marion University, so a couple of former college stars.
Good start.
These two are very familiar with one another. And Mike, if you're very familiar, somewhat the same age and friends, does it make it easier to?
It makes it more difficult to concentrate, you know, to really bear down. And unless you don't like them, then it makes it easier. But, you know, it's one of those things where, yeah, I mean, you know what they do, but it really doesn't help any unless I always try to find an edge that helps me mentally to, you know, work harder and, you know. This pair hasn't been used in a while.
No, 7 and 8 has not.
It was used like the first 3 matches, and then one other time is all since then. Good job going to the spare ball. That's a good cover. It's Want to fill frames those first two anyway, so you're not giving anything up.
Directing, it's really hard when you haven't eaten all day and then they drop a bunch of stuff in front of you, and you're like, how can I do both? And you can't. So we take a break and we're over here just stuffing our face. Look like a bunch of 10-year-olds at a donut buffet, right?
Yeah.
All right, Jeff Mann here. Oh, great shot
yeah,
there.
Pretty ball. Yeah, that ball's going to carry 10 out of 10 times, throwing it right there. He gets such a good roll. Just, the only he has to worry about is it rolling too quick. But
It's so impressive. You just don't hear the ball hit the lane. Just really nice and smooth.
Yeah,
And
you can get it down the lane. And
don't count this kid out whatsoever. He's coming off a Lafayette City Masters Championship just this past weekend, and he's looking to parlay that into a state Masters title.
Oh.
Comes in light, leaving just the 2-pin.
certainly threw it well. Just one of those things that just went past that hook point just a little. It was a good shot. Yeah, we got him right in front of us on this match.
Again, we want to thank everyone for watching here on Savage Bowling TV. Scott Gilmore, Mike Aulby in the broadcast booth. And always enjoy, Mike, the time you and I get to spend in here calling bowling. It's a lot of fun. And
Thanks for having me. I truly enjoy it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You guys make it great. And once again, appreciate all you guys do for the state and for bowling, period. So it's quite a setup, expensive and time consuming, and you guys love it, I know. So we appreciate that. It shows.
I want to quickly, once again, thank our sponsors. We can't thank them enough. Brands of Brunswick, Mike Aulby's Arrowhead Bowl, RT Tour Experience, Pinheads Entertainment, Tim Mack's Victory Lane Pro Shops, A1 Automotive, and Big Four Socks. And also, can't thank the Indiana State USBC enough. Brian Nunning, all the staff, Jeff Circle, Bill Kendall, all of them working really hard this weekend, volunteering their time to put this event on. And once again, 440 entries.
Tremendous.
This year.
Sold out.
Yeah, just impressive.
You kind of wonder on this, looking at these shots they've made so far. Coming up light a couple times. What's the move? It just seems like every time today somebody's tried to make that move to get it up there, it's been right through the face. Oh, just enough. Good spare. Jacob Sisk. Jeffrey Mann sitting on one. This is a chance to take a little bit of a lead here.
You got to feel like this, it's real early in the game, but you got to feel like this is kind of an important shot. Get you off to a lead and a good start.
Especially just figuring this lane out.
Get your confidence up a little bit more.
That's right.
And that's, well, when you let go of it, you're hoping to get 7 or better at that point. Fortunate to leave just the 1-2. And that's where it's so easy, because if you overcorrect that and you set it in short, that ball is going to go right through the face.
Yeah, it's like, where's that happy medium there that can get you something you can hit the pocket with? Because either one of these players, just let me hit the pocket with the ball they throw, because you got a good chance of striking. Good spare. And you really can't take a risk of trying to throw a strike ball on that spare to, try to get yourself lined up. You've got to just make sure you get the spare, because you know, the pocket's not an easy thing to find.
All right, 2-pin lead here for Jeff Mann. At 3 frames, 4th frame here, working on a spare.
Try it again.
Oh. Ball looked almost too clean there.
Yeah, it just shot to the right. This is makeable. I mean, you know, the way his ball hooks in the back, he can cut this pretty well and get that over there and get 1 or 2 of those pins into that 10. But you risk the possibility of getting 2 as well because you're hooking it across there.
Well, guys, right after you watch the finals of the PBA Major, the U.S. Open, you can watch the finals of the...
That's it.
Oh,
what a
great
beautiful
spare.
shot.
You can
Beautiful
watch the
shot.
finals of the Indiana Major here, the Indiana Masters. So,
great shot on that spare.
Great day for bowling in the state of Indiana.
Yeah, it's been a great week. Been a great week. Not weather-wise, but
Yeah.
bowling-wise.
When you really think about it, you've had almost 600 entries combined between the U.S. Open, the PTQ, and the Indiana Masters here in just 1 week.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive. Lots of bowlers making their trek to the state of Indiana this week and weekend. Now Jacob Sisk, right lane, 4th frame, working on a spare.
That's right as well.
And
it's like they almost have to force it to the right so it doesn't break high. But boy, there's a spot where it just doesn't return.
Well, and as we watch, we're just saying, just do this, do this.
Yeah.
Well, it's easier said than done, isn't it?
Because the minute you close that up, it's right through the face.
Yeah.
It's too high.
Yeah.
It just breaks loose too early. But I think pair to pair, that's why they're in there, because that's where they've had the best look, but not every pair. And it's been a while since, like I said, this is my bowled on this pair, so.
The winner will advance to take on Clint Million for the Indiana Masters title. Boy, great spare. That is not an easy one.
No, that was going to be flush right there. That's a might put that back in your mind and say, hey, that's where I need to be on the first ball. Yeah, that's an easy one to miss.
All right. 5th frame here. Both players are clean.
1 pin difference.
Jeffrey picking up the 2-4-8-10 split in the 4th to remain clean. Now Jacob Sisk down 1. 5th frame.
Wow.
Ball never read.
No. I thought that was going to be in the right part of the lane.
And
to get a strike, or at least hit the pocket.
Yeah, so let me
it
ask
didn't
you.
recover.
Yeah, so let me ask you this, Mike. These 7 and 8 has sat a little while. 9 and 10, the championship pair, has sat for quite a while. These guys are coming off pairs with a lot of friction, the track being blown wide open. Is this?
I think that's what you're seeing. I mean, I think it's just not what they've been bowling on the last 3 or 4 matches. You know.
That's got a good chance.
Great
Great. Both players.
We're seeing some action here now. I'll tell you, that's both those great shots.
Both players putting on a spare clinic right now.
Boy, where do you go from here, though? That's the thing. Where do you move for this?
Jeffrey trying to build on his lead here in the 5th frame. Oh, great
Wow.
shot. You know, both players playing an extremely similar line, trying to play the lanes the same way. Who can get the ball to read correctly down lane?
Yeah. Not too early, not too late.
Right.
It's
yeah.
it's really it's a very difficult condition.
It's like trying to fit a round peg in a round hole that just isn't quite big enough for
Not
that
quite.
peg to go in there, isn't
Not
it?
quite.
You're trying to shove it in there and keep the body loose and the mind out of the way, right?
Yeah, I mean that got him. That shot there got him 5-pin lead. So can he put another one with it to extend that? Got all that one.
Oh, headpin just tomahawked the 10 there for a double.
Yeah, that I don't think that had been hit anything, and it was airborne all the way across. Great shot. He caught all of it.
That pin skipped baggage check and went right
That was a good one.
on the plane, and now Jacob Sisk finds himself down 15 in the 6th frame, working on a spare in the 5th after he picked up the washout there in the 5th frame on the left lane. Now, can he get back to striking?
Pretty shot there.
These guys make it look so easy,
Yeah.
though, Mike.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't look. Neither player looks nervous right now.
Not
They
at
look
all, no.
confident.
Yeah. It's like they were practicing.
You know, they're trying to. They're battling the lane condition right now. Nothing else. They're not battling themselves. They're battling the lane
It's
condition.
truly one shot at a time. Don't worry about anything that you've already done or anything that's coming up other than this ball right here that you're working on.
Well, he can cut the deficit to 5 with the strike here in the 7th. Comes in light. 2-pin.
Yeah, I thought
2-8.
I thought that was going to be good. It was in that part of the lane where you would think it would have hooked up there, but
Well, you would think.
it hit the back and just kind of checked out.
Yeah, both players would be helping each one out because they're playing very similar lines.
Although Jacob seems to be a little bit to the right with his feet, but it's the same spot on the back end, though, where they're hitting.
They're directly, our camera's on 5 and 6, kind of at an angle. We're directly behind 7 and 8. Oh, he missed it.
That ball's just not, it's just not finishing like that. It's just, like that ball there looked like it had that made easily.
Boy, that is a
that was a big one.
ill-timed open right there for Jacob Sisk.
Well, you get one here in the 7th and one here in the 8th for Jeff, and he is well on his way to that title match.
Ashley from Australia, we appreciate you hanging out with us. Glad you are enjoying the broadcast here. Now Jeff Mann can take a commanding lead here in the 7th frame.
That's right.
Oh, and that's the one thing you didn't want to do was give it back to him.
Yeah, he just missed it right. You know, he missed it right early. You know, he can miss a little right down the lane, it looks like, but not early.
Yeah, he gets it just to, if it gets to the right of that tracer.
Too quick.
It just wants to squirt, or what we would call wiggle a little bit down lane, and he can't get the ball to face up.
Well, we know he can pick this up.
Yeah. You don't particularly want to challenge yourself on spares every frame.
It's going a different route, straight, a little straighter at it.
Oh, that just missed. Well, that really just let Jacob back in it mentally. A strike there would have really put a hurting on Jacob.
So instead of, he's 13 up, otherwise he'd have been 30 up.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a big shot.
Well, here we are, Mike. Once again, we find ourselves with a tight match with just 3 frames to go here. Winner will move on to the championship match to take on Clint Million. great shot.
Yeah, the ball just gets out, doesn't get out to the right too early. Perfect. Made its recovery.
Well,
Good shot.
he struck 3 out of 4 times on the left lane. Jeff gets to finish on the left lane. That could be an advantage here. Jacob only has 2 strikes, and he's gotten 1 on each lane. I'd say right now, this is a big shot for Jacob Sisk. He struck the last time he was on this lane.
Nice
Oh,
shot.
great shot.
Beautiful. Well, that sets up his 9th frame. Next for the 9th frame.
Well, Jeff can't. He's struggling on the right lane, and Jacob looks like he's struggling a little more on the left lane.
Yeah, Jacobs says can strike out in the 9th and 10th for 209. So that's that's a big number.
Well, and I like Jeff's position not only because he's obviously leading, but he gets to finish first. I would rather not have any preconceived notions of what I need to do. I can be the one to force my opponent, just in case I can't shut him out, to get to a number. That looks right. And that ball just kept floating right.
So you miss right early, and it just doesn't pick up. Doesn't pick up the roll enough to get you back. But you know what can happen if you get it left. So that you've got to, you're forced to do that.
I mean, it's just so hard. Your body.
Well, your mind and your body knows what to do. It's your mind won't let it do it.
Right. That's why it's so important to keep positive thoughts and negative thoughts out of your mind.
Yeah, you just got to work on that shot, just hitting your target. The less thinking you can do, or if you're going to think, do all your thinking back before you ever step a foot on the approach.
Hey, Vu Duong says hello from Las Vegas. Vu, I know it's warm here, but it's probably a lot warmer in Las Vegas. I know you're getting ready to bowl the TAT, and best of luck. I know you've bowled well out there in the past, and I'm sure one thing you're not worried about is the oil pattern, and good luck on the tables if you're a gambler. But we appreciate you watching. Now Jeff Mann, can he figure out the right lane? And he does.
Big shot. Looks like about any kind of a mark should do it here.
Yeah, you want most Jacob can shoot is 189. Jeff with a mark would be in the low 200s. Really, just a good solid pin count here would put him in the 190s. Oh, great shot.
Best mark he can have right there.
His ball just reading the back end a little better than what Jacob's ball was doing.
Yep. Yeah, it drives right through that spot where Jacob couldn't quite get it to recover enough.
Right, right. All right, Jeff Mann will advance to the title match here at the Indiana Masters from Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. Savage Bowling TV will bring you the final match as Jeff Mann will take on Clint Million, and Jeff will have to defeat Clint twice. We're going to take a short timeout. We'll be back with the finals here from the Indiana Masters on Savage Bowling TV.
If you're ready
To take your game to the next level, trust the guys with over 20 PBA Tour titles and RT Tour experience to improve your game. Ball layouts for the best feel and to maximize your game. The top names in bowling: Motive, Brunswick, Hammer, Radical, Storm, Roto Grip, and more in stock. Get tips and lessons from PBA stars Mike Devaney and Ronnie Russell. When you're ready to invest in your bowling game, go to RT Tour Experience with 2 locations, inside Pinheads and Fishers and All-Star Bowl in Indianapolis.
When you bowl a ton of games on tour like I do, it's all about comfort and feel. That's why I choose Big 4 socks.
Find Big 4 socks at a pro shop near you or online at big4socks.com. All right, welcome back here to Championship Lanes. We're at the finals of the Indiana Masters between Clint Millian and Jeff Mann. And Jeff, you have the tall task of defeating your opponent twice. You got to come out of the gates quick. What's your game plan?
Just going to try and make consistent shots and just try and stay in it. Just not really let anything go and just, try and stay clean.
All right, Mike, what do we got from Clint?
Clint Millian, you're the leader. It's all yours now. If you can get out there and just win 1 game out of 2. Any special changes today for this match, or just do what you've done all day?
I'll probably do the same thing I've been doing, just trying to keep everything in front of me, make good shots. Jeff's a good opponent. I've bowled him before, and we're good friends, so we'll see what happens.
Good luck today.
All right, Mike. These guys bowled in a match previous, 162 to 155. Clint's got the edge over Jeff. I think we're going to see a little bit more scores here in this match.
I would definitely expect it, but either one of them can finish in a 10th. Either way, they're both great players.
All right, good luck, guys. All right, here we are, finals of the Indiana Masters here. Clint Millian and Jeff Mann here. And good crowd on hand all weekend. Clint starts off with a 6-pin, almost came back to roll across. And
yeah, I thought he was going to get that break to start with, but it's a good first frame. Good first frame, because the first frame you want to hopefully get a good idea of what the conditions are doing, and there he is.
Scott Gilmore, Mike Aulby right here back in the booth. We're right behind
the championship pair got a good view and good spare there to start. Now Jeffrey Mann will give his shot here. He's got a tough task ahead of him. He's got to beat Clint Million twice. And that hasn't been done for a couple of years.
No, that's tough to do, and they had a good match today. It was a tough one, but it was a good match.
Yeah, it was a grind. Jeff, great shot. You know, this pair has not been used in a while, Mike.
It's been longer than last time.
It's been setting for quite a while.
Yeah, last time was the third round.
Give you a look out here as the bowlers make their way to the approach. Mike, you better be good because I can see you in the corner.
Uh-oh, let me run.
Great host, good crowd on hand this afternoon, all weekend. Angie Collins said they were so busy yesterday, all over the place in the kitchen, ran out of cookies. I mean,
they reloaded though.
Yeah. Oh, Messenger back behind the 10-pin.
Yeah, disappointing shot, but Jeff's got to be happy. Those first two shots were well in play and looked good, and looks like the ball didn't do anything funny. It did what he thought it was going to do, and that's a good start.
We look forward to seeing everyone Saturday at Western 2 for the Indiana High School Bowling State Finals. I know, Mike, you won't be there, but you'll be there in spirit.
Yes, that's one of the best events of the year. A lot of fun.
You know, just go to YouTube on your iPhone.
I plan on it.
And check us out. And Mark Sullivan will be filling in for you, and we look forward to working with Mark. And
he's one of the best. Mark, great player, gets just one of the best on and off the lanes.
Now Clint working on a spare here. Comes in light. I always felt like, too, if you were the undefeated player, you could relax a little bit. Not too much, but you could relax a little bit because you do have a game to play with. But you want to get done first game. You don't want it to go game two.
You must most definitely do, because the second one, the pressure goes to you.
Yeah, the advantage goes to the other player, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so, too.
Good spare there. Clint, very soft-spoken individual.
But boy, he's thrown the ball well all day, and even in that the last time he bowled Jeff and won with the 162 to 150 whatever, he threw a double in the 10th.
Yeah.
And was doing anything but that prior. So.
Oh yeah, he was struggling.
So he's a shot maker for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we know Jeff is as well. So it's a very, very close match between these two.
Crosses over. Fortunate to leave just the 5-pin, and he's, you know, here's the thing I will have to say. Even though he's the undefeated player, he's been sitting for a while. You do have the warm-up pair, but it's not like Jeff coming right off a match, bowling good.
Yeah. No, it's not the same feel, not the same look. Doesn't give you the same confidence.
Yeah.
You know. So I think he's kind of feeling his way through right now.
You know, it's devastating open there, but as we talked to Clint earlier, you know, he said he was coming off a back injury a couple of weeks ago, and, you know, as you know, Mike, the back can flare up whenever you want.
Yeah.
You bowl, you sit, you get stiff, you know. You don't have any these guys are going to have zero excuses, but
well, let's see what Jeffrey Mann does with that. You know, whether this is the time to jump on it and put some distance between you.
And he misses right. Boy.
We've seen that a few times in some of Jeff's matches. He gets that double, or he looks good, and then all of a sudden there's an errant one in there.
Yeah, that's one where you were like, uh-oh, and then you're like, when the 2-pin falls over, now you're staring at the.
Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah. This is
staring at
you
the
gotta
1-8.
have the right angle for this one. He's going with the spare ball to see what he can come with. He's playing it deep. Great shot.
Great cover.
Thought that one out really well.
Good look there at Jeffrey from the front. So he gets ready to throw his shot in the 4th frame. Ooh, solid 10.
Wow. Good shot.
You
Good
and I
shot
have the
there,
same
though.
feeling. You just know how painful that
Good
is.
shot. Yeah, you get there and you want every one of them when you get there like that.
We always say, if I hit him there, I got to get him.
Yeah,
I got to
agree.
carry that.
That was a great shot. Well, it might give Clint a little relaxation now that he didn't get that double there, so he didn't put any really distance again. It gives him a chance to get up there and get back in it.
Well, Dave Hurd sending me an update from the PBA 50. It's Chris Barnes versus Parker Bone for the title in Crawfordsville.
What a great match. Makes that spare well enough. Now see if Clint can get something started here. He hasn't looked comfortable yet, so.
And he's probably thinking right now, I got to get going. And you're coming off that missed 5-pin spare, which he probably hasn't missed a 5-pin in 15 years.
Oh,
comes
good
in
shot.
light.
Good shot,
There's where the power comes into play. Mixes him up, knocks the 8-pin late.
But you're right. I mean, when you're the leader like that, when you start the first couple frames, it's easy not to have that, drive to just go right at it. You think you've got a little leeway, and it's easy to start out a little passive, and you can walk yourself into those issues, and you got to go out and attack right from the get-go. Or however he played it earlier, that's the way you always play it. You just continue to go. Don't change anything now.
All right, now here's the shot of game number 1 here. Strike in the 4th, can take the lead back.
Going to loft.
Oh, what a great break on the 4.
Big break. He's back in the game now.
I don't know what pin it was, but the door opened and it went right through.
It came forward, yeah.
And now a 12-pin deficit now is an 8-pin lead for, or excuse me, a 2-pin lead for Clint Million. And now pressure goes right back to Jeff Mann here.
He missed a headpin on this frame last time, so let's see what he can do in this lane.
Brooklyn strike.
He'll take that.
He'll take it. They don't like it. He comes back now, takes a 2-pin lead. Now he can make it 12 with a strike here in the 6th. Shout out to Jeff's dad, Mike Mann.
Back there in the audience.
Mike Mann, he's like a fine wine. He just keeps getting better with age. And Mike bowls well all the time. And big supporter of his son, Jeffrey, and very tight family.
Mm-hmm. Good family.
Oh, comes in.
Got around
red
that
just,
one.
Yep.
Yeah, he got around that a little quick. Trying to strike before you get it there, but 3-6-10. Yeah, want to keep making those spares. Make your opponent have to strike to get around you.
these bowlers faced one another in the final 4 of the winner's bracket, and Clint, as you said, doubled there in the 10th frame to force Jeff to double back, and Jeff couldn't do it, and they both struggled with on that pair they were on. That's got a hook. And untimely open frame. And now Clint can really start to maybe put his stamp on this tournament right here in the 6th frame.
See if he uses that loft again. Last couple, he got a pretty good loft to it.
Yeah, and he just went from a deficit to a 9-pin lead to make it 19 with a strike right here.
Oh, good shot.
That's the first kind of half 10, flat 10 that he's left that I've seen all day today.
Yeah, he definitely stayed with the loft. That just keeps this a tighter match.
We hope you're enjoying the broadcast here on Savage Bowling TV. Scott Gilmore, Mike Aulby here in the broadcast booth. Want to thank Chad Lester, our production engineer, do-it-all, jack of all trades, Chad of all trades. Is that what it is? Yeah. Want to thank our sponsors, too. Can't thank them enough. Want to thank Pinheads Entertainment, Big Four Socks, Tim Mack's Victory Lane Pro Shops, RT Tour Experience, the Brands of Brunswick, A1 Automotive, and Mike Aulby's Arrowhead Bowl. Can't thank those sponsors enough for making this broadcast possible. And also thank you to the staff of the Indiana State USBC for allowing Savage Bowling TV to present you the premier scratch events in the state of Indiana. Comes in light 2-pin. Well, some life for Jeffrey, and that's, you know, when you open, you're just hoping your opponent doesn't put the old foot on the neck, right? Yep. And now it's just an 8-pin lead for Clint here. And we're approaching the final 3 frames, 4 frames.
Yeah, it's who can finish the game here. Both are quite capable.
The last player to come from the loser's bracket to win the Indiana Masters was in 2021. Kevin McCune lost in the 2nd round and then just absolutely demolished the field the rest of the way.
Yes.
I don't think he shot a game under 220.
No, he was about as consistent as they come.
That was
ball change here.
Yeah, last player to win from the losers bracket. And Jeff Mann is trying to repeat that feat that Kevin McCune did in 2021. Now, right lane, 7th frame. Down 8, working on an open frame. Did you hear that ball? Sound like it clipped the thumb hole.
Yeah.
Now the 310. Nothing's easy on this. Important spare here for Jeff.
He's a good spare shooter, very good spare shooter.
And he's a solid player all around. Both players are, and you wouldn't be here in this instance if you weren't. A lot of bowling to get to this point right here.
Nice
Great
shot.
cover. You know, you throw me the 2-7 out there, and I'll tell you, I can miss it.
Yeah.
I can miss it 20 different ways, and that's one spare I've struggled with my entire life is the 2-7. And it's like just hit the left of the 2, and it goes right in the 7. But I can't.
Sure it does. Yeah.
Prove to it.
Yes.
You prove it to me. I can't do it. All right, Jeff Mann now coming off the important spare in the 7th, looking to put some pressure back on Clint.
Beautiful
Oh,
shot. Wow.
Well, it looked like it was starting to slide over, but it falls.
Yeah, good shot.
Great shot
Good
there. You know, Jeff's been out there trying his hand at the PBA Tour. You know, he bowled the PTQ and didn't bowl as good as he would like. He's had bowled well in some other PTQs, and you know, he's a kid that's knocking on the door as well. Now Clint. Oh, wash out. 1, 2, 10. That's where the loft is. You know, if you miss right with the loft, you don't have.
Yep.
You really struggle to get the ball to get back up to the head pin.
It's easy to lift it out there and not catch it, you know.
Yeah. Oh, great
what a
cover.
Spare. What a spare.
Great cover there by Clint.
That might be the one right there, that spare.
Yeah, I want to thank Coolwick for being the official apparel provider of Savage Bowling TV. If you're looking for a high quality jersey or warm weather or gear or cold weather gear, go to coolwick.com. Just put in the Savage Bowling TV 10 coupon code and get 10% off your order at coolwick.com.
Ninth frame.
That's left. Oh, and a break.
That was a break. Yeah, that's a big break.
So it's huge to have a strike going in the ninth, going into the 10th frame there. In the
yeah, this is a lane that Jeff has struggled on.
He has one strike. 2 strikes in this right lane, but he struggled here with his last shot. Oh my goodness, Messenger goes in front.
Yeah, that one would have controlled his own destiny.
Great shot.
Yeah.
Just an unfortunate break. And the rotten 10 pin stands.
Well, this one's going to the end here. Who's going to perform in the 10th frame?
Good spare. First things first, you make the 10 pin, and now we know how it is. Can he turn the tables on Clint? Clint was able to throw a double in the 10th to force Jeff to perform in the 10th, and Jeff could not do it. Can he turn the tables on Clint and throw a double and force Clint to strike first ball in the 10th? 195 out there. Available for Jeff Mann. 10th frame here. Title match. Oh, that time it takes it out.
That's a great shot.
Do your job, right? That's what we tell it.
Good job. Good shot.
Nothing more frustrating as a player is when you send a messenger and it goes in front or behind, right?
Yeah.
No, you're supposed to take it out. All right, another big shot here in the 10th frame for Jeff Mann.
Well, that forces Clint to mark.
190 pace right now for Clint Million. Jeff with a strike here can get to 195 potentially. Indiana Masters title up for grabs. Oh, beautiful shot.
Big one. But we knew he liked that lane. He has so far.
Straight back, and now
get all you can get.
That has forced Clint to get the first one in the 10th. The first one and good count.
Yeah, I was going to say the bad count shots we've seen. This one, I mean, you want to strike right here because that 5 pin's not a give-me. Just thrown 2 great shots so far in the 10th. Actually, in the 8th, 9th, and 10th, actually.
Yeah, really great shot there in the 9th frame, and head pin missed the 10 coming across, and now.
Got it early. Oh, he'll take
he
that.
was due one right there, I think.
Yeah, he'll take that.
All right. Well, now you're just a spectator.
Yep. Yep. It's
Whoa.
right where Clint wants it. He wants it in his hands, and that's where it's at.
Will
One
we
at a
see?
time.
Yeah. Will we see game 2, or will Clint Million claim the Indiana Masters title? Must strike. Looks good.
Play.
Oh, and he gets it.
Wow.
Boy, and he missed the last one right there.
Yeah.
You talk about a clutch shot. Now you're just wanting to get a good pin count here.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeffrey did everything possible there. He had the one miss there in the 5th frame or the 6th frame where he took the 6-10 and left the 3 pin. And again, how important has it been, Mike, to be the undefeated player? Oh, great shot, 10-pin. Clint Million is your Indiana Masters champion.
That was a great shot. Great shot.
Spare here will give him 199, and what a title match it was. Great performance there by Jeff Mann in the 10th frame to force Clint to show up. And when it mattered most, he struck in the 10th.
Yeah. Great bowling all day by Clint.
All right, your champion once again, Clint Million. We'll come back after this timeout, and we'll talk with the champion and see the trophy and check presentation here on Savage Bowling TV.
All right, welcome back here to Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana, and I'm with runner-up Jeff Mann from Lafayette, Indiana. And Jeff, man, you performed so well there in the 10th, but Clint was able to edge you out there in the title match. But you have to be so happy with the way you bowled this weekend.
Yeah, you know, I really didn't have a whole lot of expectations coming in. This was the first time I bowled this event. And based off the PTQ last week, and it was kind of nice to not bowl on that again. So it was definitely a fun experience, and I'll be definitely excited to come back next year.
I know you're bowling in a lot more PBA events and trying your hand on the tour. How does this performance help maybe, you know, jumpstart, you know, these future events that you're going to be bowling in?
Yeah, it's definitely a confidence booster. You know, not making it through cuts and stuff like that. It really kind of gets you going and gets you down. So definitely making a run at this really brings back some of that spark again.
All right, Jeff, congratulations. Mike, you got the champion and the trophy. Take it away.
We do. Over here we have the winner of the 2023 Indiana State Masters. It's Clint Millian. And Clint, before I ask you a couple of questions about the wonderful bowling you had today, I'm going to turn it over to Bill Kendall with the Indiana State USBC with the check and the course, that eagle.
As president of the Indiana State Bowling Association, Clint, it's my pleasure to present you with the thing that will be in your memory forever. The thing you can keep there, and the nice part, the check for first place.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I don't know what else to say right now. I'm pretty kind of in shock. Bowled a really good opponent, so I'm just happy that I came away with it, I guess.
Great job this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Clint, it was just great shot making all day. We talked about how close all the matches were all day, and you know, you bowled Jeff earlier, and it was a 160 to 150 match. But here again, he was making great shots, but he left you a little bit of an opening. What did you have to do differently to get that double in the 10th?
Well, I kind of changed it a little bit. I hadn't had a really good look there to start out with, and I kind of started like lofting a little bit over top of the heads to try to get the ball, maybe to see it just a little bit down lane, because it almost like it was head hooking and then just kind of dying down lane. So I kind of just made a little adjustment, trusted, I guess, the process and see what happens.
Well, it's great shot making all day today, and congratulations on a wonderful tournament. And you talked about there was one person older than you, but I didn't think you were that old. But how old are you?
39.
39, okay. Well, we expect you to come back, and I'm sure you will, to defend next year. And congratulations on the 2023 Masters.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Just a great event here at Championship Lanes. I'm going to go back to commercial, and we'll see you soon. Thanks.
Whether you bowl tons of games like I do or league once a week, there's only one choice for me.
Get your pair of Big Four socks at a pro shop near you or online at big4socks.com.
Pinheads Entertainment Center has it all. A modern-style bowling alley with 2 private bowling suites. Alley's Ale House serves up a chef-crafted menu daily, featuring signature handcrafted cocktails and over 30 draft options. The arcade at Pinheads offers 90-plus games, including old-school games, Golden Tee, and virtual reality with top-tier prizes. Host large events or meetings in the multifunction banquet room that can accommodate up to 80 guests. Visit, call, or reserve online today. Off State Road 37 next to Honda of Fishers.
Championship Lanes here in Anderson, Indiana. Mike Aulby, Scott Gilmore back. And Mike, what an exciting championship match we had. Jeff Mann put the pressure on Clint, but Clint came through with a clutch strike there in the 10th frame.
Well, Clint made shots all day, and what was so fun about today's event was the scoring pace was very, very tough and very difficult. I can't tell you, maybe 90% of the matches went down at a 10th frame, which made it fun to watch and be part of. But Clint was the best shot maker today.
440 entries for this Masters this year. Impressive field, and how hard it is to win this really shows how good at bowling Clint did all weekend.
Well, and he bowled really good all weekend. But you know, Jeff Mann also came back, coming from that losers bracket, to try to get a shot at winning twice against Clint, which is very difficult, obviously. And he made some great shots to try to get there, but he left a little bit of an opening, and Clint was able to come through like he had been all day.
Well, it's been a great day for bowling here in the state of Indiana. Claiming the major here at the Masters, Clint Millian from Columbus, Indiana. For Mike Aulby, Chad Lesser, our director-producer, this is Scott Gilmore. We'll be back next week in Indianapolis for the Indiana High School Bowling State Final. So long from Anderson, Indiana.